Hello. Should be back in live now. Yeah, it's not fixed, but it is functioning. But every time I did a speed test, it was like randomly lower, higher chunks on upload and download. So I'm not quite sure what the deal is. Um, but it seems a little better than it was before. I did the restart on the computer and restart on the internet, and we'll see. I guess we'll just we'll see how it goes. If it's not good, I'll just finish the set review regardless, and hope that the VOD looks a little more stable. I guess. Let me. Oops, that's the wrong thing. All right. So we were on the black cards. Guess I should pin up a new message. Yeah, let's give it an hour. Alright. Packed Doll Terror. 3 mana artifact creature toy with power toughness 3/4. Whenever this creature or another artifact you control enters, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. These kind of effects are usually quite strong, especially in like two-headed giant or commander, but it's a little expensive at 4 mana. Normally they're like 2. Um, it's a pretty good body though. 4 mana, 3/4 with that ability. Um, it's only on artifacts though, and I don't actually think there's enough artifacts to really turn that on too crazy. Still think this just sits at C. I could be wrong. There could be more than enough artifacts to really make it a thing, but I feel like there was a lot of regular creatures with abilities on there that didn't really help out with that. So we'll start from the next ones. Mutant Surveyor, 3 mana, 2/3 Mutant Scout. So this is one of the other Surveyor ones with max speed, exile this card from your graveyard, draw a card, which I've already said I quite like, and I think their costs are pretty good for what they are. 3 mana, 2/3. It doesn't have a default ability like Menace or something, which makes it a little unfortunate. But Black Fire Breathing, if pay 2 mana, I get +1/+1 till end of turn, is pretty good. It's not repeatable, or sorry, it is repeatable, and it's not limited to once turn, which makes that quite a bit better. It still costs a lot of mana to do that, and I think 3 mana 2/3 is less exciting than a 2 mana 2/2 with a different ability, or the 3 mana 2/2 flyer. So this is weaker than those, but I still like the max speed card ability from the graveyard. I'm happy to play those. I think this sits at a C compared to the other two, sitting at C plus though, because they have nice evasive costs and abilities. All right, another one of these here. This is Momentum Breaker. It's a 2 mana black enchantment with Start Your Engines. When this opponent enters, each opponent sacrifices a creature or vehicle of their choice. Each opponent who can't discards a card. It's the Tithe effect. I always like these unlimited. You can usually get a couple copies of these and drop them and just wipe an opponent's board essentially. And I like those even more when they have the upside, even if they don't have a creature to cast, because then you're not holding it in hand the whole time waiting for it to go. Especially with Start Your Engines, you may be playing this onto an empty board, and you're just gonna make them discard a card, which is not super powerful, but it is strong enough that you're going to be pretty happy to play it on both sides. Especially when you want to have this ability to sack it later to get equal to your speed. You want to get that speed up as fast as possible. But I do think this is going to be more pertinent to play onto a board with creatures. Um, in limited, I think these are great though, because you play turn one, you play a land. Turn one, they play a land. Turn two, you play a creature. Turn two, they play a creature. Turn three, you play this and something else, or just this and hold up mana. And they lose the creature. They play another creature. You play another one. Play a different creature as well, and you're in a good spot to go from there. Especially in a, I don't think these are as good in a slower format because you're going to end up in board stalls overall. But I still think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I think this has enough upsides attached to it that it's better than normal, but I don't think it's that impactful still overall. If this was instant or had flash or something, you could do some fun stuff with it, but it's okay, is what it is. Alright. Maximum Overdrive is a 2-mana black instant with put a counter on target creature. It gains indestructible and death touch till end of turn. They've done effects like this in most of the sets where you pay a mana or two to make a creature get an upside, and then when it dies, it comes back. Giving it indestructible is sometimes better, sometimes worse. I think the counter is more relevant in some colors than others too. I'm not quite sure if black has a lot of counters matter things, but this might just be to make it a little more playable in the other colors that care about the counters. Also, side note, this other plane they talk about here, Gastal, is the one where vampires drink oil instead of blood. So it's the Mad Max plane, essentially. Maximum Overdrive itself is a reference to the movie, of course, but not to the Mad Max movies, but to the Maximum Overdrive movie. And but the Fuel Wars and the Gastal gas drinking punk vampires is absolutely a Mad Max reference. Yeah, +1 counter, death touch indestructible means it trades with just about anything. This is good on attack or defense. I'm not sure if I think that's a downside yet, rather than having the creature enter again, which usually had a lot of upsides for enters the battlefield effects. You could get your creature to flicker, essentially, and chump a big block or trade up to something. So this, I think, is a little weaker because of that, but Death Touch Indestructible and a counter is strong as well. I think I'm going to keep it in C for now, just because I like the enters again effects rather than not having that. Locust Spray, 1 mana instant, target creature gets -1 till end of turn, and cycling for 1 black. I don't think this deserves to be an uncommon, but is like what is it called? Drug Skull, something. It's like the 1 mana instant that's +1/+1 to a creature, -1/-1 to another creature was a fantastic combat trick. This being to a single creature and just -1/-1, it doesn't have the +1 on it. It's narrower. The cycling kind of helps, but it's also This does help for the discard stuff that matters for that, the extra draws that matter for that, so it's like not bad, but it's not that good. It's just not that good. Alright, the last ride. I've seen this one and I've been like, ooh, another Death Shadow creature, essentially. 1 mana, 13/13, and the last ride gets -X, where X is your life total. So the nice thing is, even if you cast this, it does not die immediately, because it is not a creature until you crew it.
Wait, you Creo?
Give me it.
You go goober. She ran by, nudged my leg, and I tried to pet her, and she just zoomed away. So this one you can play immediately once it's in your hand, and then just use the pay 2 life ability till it becomes relevant at like 10 life or so, let's say, and then you can start using it to swing in. But yeah, don't turn it into a creature until you've lost at least 7, 8 life. and then it'll be good. But because you can play this, and then it's just a thing that sits on the battlefield unless you draw cards, I think that's a pretty good ability.
Come here, Cleo.
There you go.
Let me give you a hug. Oh, you're a good girl. So cute.
Why'd you run away if you're gonna just come right back and get me to scoop you up? But yeah, last ride. The crew ability's cheap. I like it for the long game. I like it for the extra draw. It's obviously still vulnerable to all the artifact and creature stuff, but the crew ability being so cheap and it being kind of a beast once it's actually up is pretty good. And I like the extra draw, so I would call it a B- for sure. Calasion the Hunger Tyrant. This is the vanilla black legendary creature, which is a beast comparatively to that stupid fucking 2-drop white one, which is a 3/3 for 2. This is a 7/2 for 3, which is significantly better. Like, it still trades down a lot of the time, but if you can keep it alive or give it trample, you're in a really good spot with this. I like this one a lot. The other two I put at C+. I think this goes to B- just because I like the aggressive static more than the defensive static. Oh, black's a little harder to play, but it's okay. Intimidation Tactics. 1 mana sorcery. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose an artifact or a creature card from it and exile that card with cycling 3. I can't remember which variation of the cards this is, but Divest, I think, is the one that cares about artifacts and creatures. This is just a strict upgrade of that. You get Divest, but you also get a cycling ability on top of it, which I think is a lot better. Because you're pretty happy to play these in Limited. Like, you're going to hit something 90% of the time on, like, turn 1 when you cast it. But being able to cycle this later is actually a very strong thing if you drew this turn 7 or 8 or 9 and you don't have a relevant target. Like, they got 2 cards in hand and you're pretty sure they're just holding up a land or something. Like, you're happy to cycle this, and this also fits the discard and draw extra themes. So I would put this at C just for that. Hour of Victory as a slight nod to the hours of cards from Amonkhet, but the victorious side, obviously. So 3 mana enchantment, start your engines. It doesn't explain it on this one for some reason, but same thing as before. Start at 1 if you don't have a speed, and then go up from there if they lose a life. When this enchantment enters, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token and max speed. Pay 2, sacrifice this enchantment, search the library for a card, put it in your hand, activate a sorcery. That's a really good effect. Turning on your speed, not incredibly relevant, I think, but you need it to happen for its max speed effect, which is pretty good. This one I think is actually pretty solid because it gives you a body, at least, even if it's a little overcosted. So 3 mana for a 2/2 is not great, but a couple turns in, so you play this turn 3. By turn 7 or 8, you're able to turn on max speed. You can get the best card in your deck, whatever card you need for the situation to clear board stall or go over their heads or end the game. This is going to be decent for you. So I think this one's actually quite good, especially just because it gives you the body on top of that. But I don't think it goes higher than C+ because it is still just a 2/2 for 3, and the max speed ability is going to take you 4 or 5 turns to get to. So Hellish Sideswipe, 1 mana sorcery. Additional cost to activate the spell, sack an artifact or creature, destroy target creature or vehicle. Its sacrifice permanent was a vehicle, draw a card. It's the Bone Splitters variant. I always like Bone Splitters in Limited as well. They're pretty solid removal for cheap. This being an uncommon, they're putting a lot of the good cards at uncommon, which I think is a little bit of a downer for black, but you're still going to be pretty happy taking this because you're probably going to have an artifact or a creature available, whether it's a treasure or a vehicle or a creature that's outclassed, and you're going to be able to take their best thing. And if their best thing is some stupid big vehicle, you get to draw a card off it, which is just a nice bonus on top of that. So Let's throw this into C plus. Grim Javelineer. 3 mana, 3/2. Human Warrior. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 till in turn. When that creature dies, surveil 1. Okay. It's interesting because this creature doesn't have to attack to get the trigger. So if you know this creature is going to be outclassed, you don't have to swing with it. You can still get this +1 power on top of whatever you attack with. And this does allow some stuff if you know the creature is going to die in the combat, whether you're giving something Death Touch or buffing it or bringing it back through some other stuff. Getting a free Surveil on top of that is not a bad trigger. And you could always swing with this as a 3 mana 4/2 when you attack. And that still triggers on itself as well. I like it. 3 mana 3/2s are pretty good for what I would normally see them at. This being able to spread the power around a little bit and sometimes get a Surveil off of that if you play it smart is good too. It may even stop the opponent from blocking something that he normally would have blocked if he doesn't want you to get some card advantage off the top of your deck. But putting it on a creature that's relevant and he may want to ensure dies is a good way to make sure that creature gets killed. Grim Bauble. It's a stupid bobblehead on the dash top dashboard of the car. 1 mana artifact. This creature or this artifact enters target creature and opponent controls gets -2/-2 till end of turn. That's pretty good. That's a solid effect for 1 mana. And then pay 3, sacrifice Zoroark, Surveil 2. That's just icing on it. And this helps your artifacts matter stacks. Helps your sacrifice stacks if you got a little bit of that in there. But I'd pretty much play this as a 1 mana -2/-2. It's pretty solid. Downside is it's not instant like a lot of the other ones have normally been for black, but I still think that's solid for having an extra upside later when you've got the mana and you want to fix your draws a little bit, like mid to late game. C+, easy. Isganti, he's great. 4 mana, 3/4, Aetherborn Rogue. Whenever a player casts a spell they don't own, that player creates a treasure token. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller looks at the top card of that opponent's library and exiles it face down. They may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Mana of any type can be spent to cast a spell this way. This is Ragavad, and this is also Rev Tith Extractor from the Jumpstart set. But with the narrow exception that this applies to all players in a multiplayer game. In a one-on-one game, this is just you most of the time. Like, you're going to deal damage to your opponent through combat damage. There are probably very rare situations where they could deal combat damage to themselves. But in most cases, this is going to be you dealing combat damage to an opponent or your teammate or another person in a multiplayer game dealing damage to an opponent. In that case, they get the ability. In most cases, you're going to get the ability, but this does apply to everybody at the table. They get to steal a card from that opponent, and they can cast it as long as it remains face down, so it doesn't matter if Gonti dies afterwards, he still triggers the ability the card will have to be cast from exile. But the one part is, if they get to put a card in exile and they're going to cast it later, but Gonti dies, they won't get that treasure token. As long as he's alive, that's the part that matters for that. As a 4 mana 3/4, I would call him like a C. But that ability is pretty strong. I like stealing my opponent's stuff. I don't know if he goes up to B-, because that kind of, I think, predicates me having a lot of haste, unblockable, evasive creatures already, and I haven't really seen that from black yet. A blue-black deck, I think this is not bad. Not sure about the black yet. If black gets a lot of like menace, can't be blocked, haste, flyers kind of stuff, this probably slides up to a B- for me, but for now I think it's C+. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Oh my god. This just does not stop. Blech. Okay, Gastel Raider, 3 mana, 2/1 Vampire Rogue. These are the oil drinking vampires. So starts your engines. When this creature enters, target opponent reveals their hand, choose an instant or sorcery, and that player discards that card. I don't like playing that ability for 3 mana, and at max speed, this gets +1/+1 in Menace. I think that's very slow. Becoming a 3/2 Menace in 4 to 5 turns is not exciting. I think this is overcosted a little bit at C. I think I'd probably stick this at a C minus. That becomes a C once it gets Menace. The instant sorcery is a little narrower. If that just said non-land card, I'd probably like it a lot more, but it is what it is. So, Gas Guzzler. This is it's the guy from Zoolander. It looks just like him. It's really weird. One mana, start your engines. Great, I like that. Enters tapped, doesn't matter. 1 mana, 2/1. Enters tapped is pretty normal for black, and it's also pretty non-offensive as an entering tapped ability, because if you get it turn 1, it doesn't matter. They're not usually swinging in that turn that you'd be caring about blocking anyways. When your second turn comes around, you're ready to swing in with it, and they're maybe not going to be able to have trades with it anyways. So max speed, sack another creature or vehicle, draw a card. That's pretty normal for black, and I think it's going to be one of those key cards for build rounds if you can get it. Still means like turn 4, turn 5 is likely when you can start doing that. But the ability's good, and if you've got a surplus of, say, treasures or clues or something, I'm not sure what other artifact tokens are available in this set. Maybe some Thopters or some the non-flying Thopters. I can't remember if they're called Skitterers something. I know there's a couple things that make him in here, but this guy's aggressive and starts your speed off. I like it. It's not a good card past like turn 3 or 4, but if you've already started your engines and done a couple things at that point, he might be a good key piece for getting your draw and sack engine going. Also, the art's just really funny that it looks so much like Zoolander. It was a really good edit of here, let's see if I can find it. I don't remember where I saw the edit, but I can't find the edit. But that's funny that the edit was there. It's an integer. Somebody edited it in. I put it in the Discord, and I cannot find it now. Okay, give me 1 second. And yeah, as far as my drop frames, they've been much better as of late, so I'm happy that the restart helped. Here we go. Copy text. I want the image. Perfect. That's the Gas Guzzler I want. Instead of but you can you can really tell there's some like inspiration for it there. I wonder if that guy like just looked at some reference photos for Zoolander faces and like found it, but it's a good edit. Okay, and there we go. Engine Rat, 1 mana, Death Touch, 1/1. That's solid. Expensive menacing, not the best cost, but that's a really good solid mana sink, and you're happy to get it. That means this card's going to be playable turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, turn 8. You're going to be... Didn't cast anything this turn. You've kept up a blocker that'll kill whatever they swing in with. Make them lose 2 life. Playing 2-headed Giant or Commander with it. Bang. Table loses a lot more life. C+. Can't be higher because it's 1 mana 1/1, but 1 mana 1/1 death touches with abilities. I'm very happy with. So Demonic Junker, 7 mana 4/3 vehicle, affinity for artifacts. Nice. So it gets cheaper. When this vehicle enters, for each player, destroy up to one target creature that player controls. If a creature you control was destroyed this way, put 2 1/1 counters on this vehicle. Okay, so if you play this, you could choose to not destroy a creature of you controlling. But if you do have something cheap, like something that you don't mind tossing into the jaws of this bus, basically, you could get a 6/5 out of it. And if you've got lots of artifacts to make this really cheap, this becomes like a 1 mana removal, and also becomes a 6/5 that you can crew for 2. I like this quite a lot. This is a better version of that blue one we looked at before that I was just kind of like, it's like not that good. Where is it? What was it? I don't remember exactly what it was. But there was a card that basically was a removal. This goes up to... Ooh, I might put that to B, I think. Because that could be really cheap in the right deck. Is it a white creature? Whatever. There was one previous that was showing up and I was kind of like, want it. Alright, Deathless Pilot. 2 mana zombie pilot, 2/2. This creature saddles mounts and crews vehicles as though it power 2 or greater. So it crews as if it were a 4/2, and same thing with saddling. And return this this card from your graveyard to your hand. That's a solid ability. 2 mana 2/2 with upside is C+ material for me, pretty much straight out. Being able to get it back, it's not to the battlefield and it is expensive, but you might be happy to do it every now and then, especially if you've got sacrifice themes going on or you're just chopping it to their biggest thing that doesn't have trample constantly. Paying the 4 to return it from your graveyard and play it again as a blocker or crewing something is probably pretty decently valuable to you, so I'm gonna put that at C+. Cursecloth Wrappings. 4 mana artifact. Zombies you control get +1/+1. Target creature card in your graveyard gets Embalm until end of turn. The Embalm cost is equal to its mana cost. So the nice thing with this is creature cards that say, like, I don't know, this guy for sure. Say it got killed early, its max speed didn't get to go off. You can pay 3 with that artifact, bring this back. It becomes a copy of itself. It's not the good one that makes them 4/4s by default, but it is totally fine. And the fact that it buffs those zombies by default is a nice bonus. And there are a lot of zombies in this set already. Blue, white, and black, I think all have a couple. This card, I would put it at C+. I don't think it could go better because it doesn't do anything when it enters, and it requires more mana to go up from there, but I think there's enough zombies that giving them all +1/+1 is already pretty easy. And being able to do this every turn and getting back stuff that you wouldn't normally be able to get back for a good cost and also buffing them a little bit is just strong. Colored Chariot. 4 mana, 5/5 vehicle. It is a menace. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, create that many tapped 2/2 zombie creature tokens. This is the easier to access version of Bone Miser. It's got the same ability, it's got the inverse stat and cost thing, but this is a vehicle, so You still have to turn this on by crewing it, but if you are able to discard a card, this allows you to crew itself right away. So cool, great. That is a nice synergy, and I like the 4 mana cost with the 5/5s better than a 5 mana cost with a 4/4 that doesn't have menace on it. So I like this more than Bone Miser, but Bone Miser is obviously a little more versatile. I just like this one, I think, more solidly. Okay. Chitin Gravestalker, 6 mana, 5/4, Insect Warrior. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact and or creature in your graveyard. Okay, that's a really good reduction cost. The creature is not that exciting, but it also has cycling, which is a good way to feed the discards, feed the extra draws, feed itself if you have more of these, because they're common. There's a good chance you'll get a couple of these. And I could see somebody building a really solid, like, I drafted 12 Chitin Gravestalkers where I just cycle, play this one for 3, cycle, play this one for 1 kind of thing. Like, I'm cool with that, actually, and I think that's a good one. And I actually think I like it better than where is it, Gearseeker Serpent, because this cares about stuff being on the battlefield, which is debatably harder to continue with. But this caring about creatures and artifacts in your graveyard is a big bonus for this, because people could hand control you, discard some stuff, they could blow stuff up on the field, you could cycle stuff, and this just becomes really good. I might put this into B- territory, actually. Because again, this is a common. This could be really, really effective with the right deck and the right stuff. I'm thinking of like a Gurmag, Angler, Delve kind of card. But you don't need to delve to reduce the cost of this. You just need to put stuff in the graveyard, and then it's just good. And I think that'll surprise a lot of people if I would love to try a draft where I just draft like 6 of those and go from there. Okay, Carry-On Cruiser, 3 mana, 3/2 vehicle. When this vehicle enters, mill 2 cards, and return a creature or a vehicle card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good. Crew 1 is cool too. I feel like they put a 3 mana, 3/3-ish creature in each of the colors so far. And they've all had varying levels of good abilities. I think this fits Black's themes better than the other 2 have so far. Like, White had the 3 mana, 3/3 flyer vigilance with 1. I'm happy to play this and toss it under the mill later, as either playing this as a current way to get stuff back from the graveyard or put stuff into the graveyard. I'm still pretty okay with it. I think it sits firmly in that C+ area. Crew 1 is nice. Bloodghast, that's a good one. It's a weird art for it. Really weird art for it. But 2 mana, 2/1, creature can't block. Has haste as long as one has 10 or less life, so you get to get an aggressive even later. Whenever a land controls, if you turn this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's a good return ability. This makes this a great sacrifice target. This makes this a nice aggressive creature you're always going to swing in with or crew with or whatever. And landfall, you'll trigger it 15 to 16 times in a game, like in a limited game. Or sorry, you can trigger it up to 15 or 16 times if your deck plays poorly. So having a creature available that can just keep getting in there is good. Downside, can't block, so you can't chump things with this. But having it there to crew stuff, having it there as an extra swing that just forces a little bit of damage through is always nice. And haste, especially when it gets to the late game, you swing in with it, they block it. You come back to your turn, you play a land, it comes back out, it's got haste, you swing in with 3 creatures. Something's probably going to get through if you keep forcing it. And it's like a free card most of the time when you play it in those decks. So Bloodghast is really strong. I like it a lot. Yes. And back on track. This is the black version of the Bring Back creature spell. 5 mana, sorcery, return target creature or vehicle from card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Create a 1/1 colorless pilot token. With this token, saddles, mounts, and crews vehicles as though its power were 2 or greater. Cool. Was it tune up? Tune-up is like technically better, but it's narrower because it says only for artifacts. I'm pretty sure there was another card that did something similar and gave you a pilot. Yeah, it was roadside assistance. Um, Back on track is better than roadside assistance. It's a little worse than tune-up, but because this can be target creature or vehicle, it's much less narrow. Whereas tune-up is only artifact. And this one is so weirdly odd because if it made that artifact a creature equal to it with its power toughness equal to it, that'd be a nice, interesting situation. But because it only becomes a creature if it's a vehicle, I think it's a little on the narrow side. Even though there are obviously a lot of vehicles, and there'll probably be a lot of vehicles in the graveyard. I think it's too situational. This one giving you a body regardless of what you grab is nice, and I might even put that to C plus because returning your best thing and getting an extra body is really strong. I agree. I like it. Ancient Vendetta. 4 mana sorcery. Choose a card name. Search target opponent's graveyard, hand, or library for up to 4 cards of that name and exile them. That player shuffles. This is a sideboard card. You play it when you know what they got. That scares the fuck out of you. In Standard, I think this effect is a little too expensive, but it's still kind of one of those things you need to play in Standard Magic. Every now and then, when there's like a really hateful control deck, you can keep it in your sideboard to just bop the thing that fucks your deck up. If this was like Surgical Extraction with the Phyrexian mana cost and costing like 3, I think that's obviously much better. I'd put this in at like D minus. I don't really want to use the sideboard thing because you may not be playing in a format with sideboard in it, but that's where it would normally sit for me. Okay. Wretched Doll. 2 mana, 3/1, artifact creature toy with pay 1 black, surveil 1. This is just good aggressive card with an upside stable to it. I don't like that it's at uncommon, but it fits in that C plus range. I think I put the white one. Yeah, I put the white one here because this one has slightly narrower thing of only helping crew the vehicle or mount, which is not that narrow, but it not having an ability outside of those, it makes it a little too vanilla for me. Wretched Doll having the Surveil attached to it makes this useful when it's outclassed. Like if and you could also use it while you block. So throw this thing under the bus, Surveil, fix your next draw for the next turn, make sure you got what you need on top. It's a good card. Wreckage Wicker Folk. Cool. That's a really cool looking monster. 2 mana, 1/3 flyer. This creature enters Surveil 2. 2 mana, 1/3 flyer, I think is C or lower. Surveil 2 is a nice little fixing. The artifact creature is irrelevant. I don't think I put it above C. The blue one at least had the ability to grow a little bit, and I think I still stuck it at C here. Yeah. Yeah, this thing becoming a 3/4 is better. This just surveilling once is And like I mentioned before, the ability to keep the card alive is not enters the battlefield again. It makes it indestructible. So all these enter the battlefield abilities become less exciting when they can't have them come back again. Wickerfolk Indomitable, another Scarecrow. 4 mana, 4/3, good value there. Cast this card from your graveyard by playing 2 life and sacrificing an artifact or creature in addition to paying its other costs. If you got lots of cheap sacrificable things and you need some 4/3 power out there, that's probably pretty good. I would put this at C, but I think the sacrifice theme is probably going to be pretty valuable. see. Because I put this guy at C+, and he's weaker. And this costs more to do. This is cheaper, essentially. Faster. Yeah, it's a shame you can't play this at like instant speed or something. Like, just have an extra line saying you can activate this ability at any time. Not sorcery speed would be bonus. Siphon to Fuel. 5 mana instant, -6/-6, gain 2 life. That art is horrific. Their weird unhinged jaw. A -6/-6 will kill just about anything in the set. There are a couple bigger things, but if you play this during combat, when you know you're going to trade with them or bounce into them or something, you can get this through. 5 mana is a lot, and there hasn't really been a huge glut of cheap black removal like there normally is so far. But -6/-6 gets around Indestructible and some of the other stuff too, so I do like that. I don't think I can put this higher than C. It's just, you'll take 1, maybe 2 in your deck, but they're too expensive to play often. Streaking Oil Gorger. 5 mana, 3/3, flying haste vampire with Starcher Engines, and max speed. This creature has lifelink. This one's interesting because 5 mana, 3/3 flyer is not great. It's a little overcosted. 5 mana, 3/3 flyer with haste is, I'd say, spot on because that's nice and aggressive, like really good and aggressive. If you have max speed, 5/5, 3/3 flying haste lifelink is really good. One of my favorite creatures of all time, Mantis Raider. Basically that, but cheaper. Flying Vigilance Haste 3/3 for 3 mana. This does a pretty decent copy of it. Doesn't have the Vigilance. The lifelink is debatably an upswing of that. But if this is your first thing that starts your engines, it's not going to get max speed unless you're in a really board stalled game or something. Like it's odd. But I do like this. At common, I think I'm pretty happy to consider this like a C+. It's not quite powerful enough to go into B-, but I'm happy with evasive, aggressive creatures that eventually gain you some life and also help your other synergies. So it doesn't help out the sacrifice, the draw cards, or the artifact themes, but Spin Out is a straight-up improvement on Murder. This is good black removal. Start target creature or vehicle. Doesn't specify artifact, so you don't get to nail that 2 mana legendary from the white cards there, but creature or vehicle is valid enough, especially if you don't want that vehicle to turn into a creature and get a better ability. But 3 mana instant, this is good stuff. This is just straight up removal. I'll take it. The Speed Demon. This card I liked quite a bit when I looked at it. It's not incredibly exciting, but it's pretty good. Flying Trample, 5/5 for 5. That's pretty on board for the regular big demons that come up in Magic. Normally they're like a 4 mana 6/6 Flying Trample, but this has some additional stuff that kind of gives you a bonus on top of that. Start your engines. If you have no speed, of course, playing that at 5 is too much. But this guy doesn't care about max speed. He cares about whatever your speed is. So at the end of your end step, draw X cards, draw X life, or lose X life, which X is your speed. So even if you're not at max speed, this guy will still draw you a card and lose you a life at the end of your turn, which can be very much a downside in Limited, where you're suddenly drawing 4. You can mill out if they're able to block you or stall this guy out for a couple turns. But I'm pretty happy to swing in every single turn the 5/5 till they block it or destroy it, and draw 1, 2, 3, 4 cards off of it. Even if I lose 10 life off of it, I'm pretty happy with that. Like I I would take this every single time, and I even consider the low game length of limited to be a kind of bonus to this, because he's not going to kill you probably with the life loss or the mill, because you'll probably kill them or they'll kill you or destroy this before it becomes an issue for you. But this would be, I'd call it a solid B, I think. Happy to play it every single time. Sheffet Archfade, 7 mana, 5/5 Flying Demon. When this creature enters, all other creatures get -2 till end of turn. Yeah, it's expensive. It's not that exciting. It is a big flying powerhouse, though. It doesn't have trample, which sucks a little bit, but it also has cycling. So if it's way too far away, or you have a way to reanimate it cheaper, pitch it, add to that discard, add to that draw, add to the cycling, get some stuff in the graveyard. B-. Flexibility makes it nice. The cost makes it not as usable, but I think this is going to be a kind of slow format overall. Unless you're playing against like a really low to the ground blue-black deck with lots of flyers, then you might just be out of luck real fast. So risky shortcut, draw 2 cards, each player loses 2 life. This is similar to the Sign in Blood variants that they've put out there before. Normally it's just draw 2 cards, you lose 2 life. This making each player lose 2 life in a multiplayer game is much stronger, I'd say, because you're actually doing some damage to them and getting your 2 cards still. Yeah, C+. I like stuff that damages the opponent as well. Because normally I'd pretty happily play this, even if it just said lose 2 life. I'd put it down at like C. But each player loses 2 life. This keeps your speed up. Your stretch your engine speed will go up from this. Even if this is the only thing you did on that turn, and as long as you had start your engines up before that, then it's okay. Risen Necro Regent, 5 mana, 5/4 zombie cat knight with start your engines. If you have no speed, starts blah 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 blah. Max speed, beginning of step, create a black zombie creature token. That's a good payoff for that. If this is your only start your engines card, that's not good. You'll almost certainly never see the zombies. But a 5/4 for 5. That's at cost. I would consider this above C plus area, even with the max speed thing, but that is a great top end to have, especially if you've got a couple triggers to put your speed up earlier. By the time this comes out, you can just start dropping 2/2s on the board. That's great. Yeah, you know what? I'll probably put that at C+. Because there are enough ways that you should have 1 to 2 drop version of Wave starting your engines at the very least. Or you've picked up one of the lands that starts it earlier. 4 mana, 4/3. When this vehicle enters, each opponent discards card. Meh. I like the 3 mana, 3/3 version of this, even if it's narrower in scope. I think this is a little expensive. With the crew is fine. I just don't think it's worth paying the extra mana for that cost. Where did I put that other guy? Did I put that into C+? Yeah, there you go. Guess right, I put C-. I like the other one better than this. Ripclaw Wrangler is a C for me. Alright. Quag Feast. 2 mana, sorcery, choose target creature, planeswalker, or vehicle. Mill 2 cards, then destroy the chosen permanent if its mana value is less than or equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. Yeah, it's pretty good removal. It's not quite like unequivocal removal, because you do have to have some stuff in the graveyard, but if you get this turn 2 and you want to make sure you kill a 2-drop, you cast this, you'll work. Then as the game goes on, obviously you play it appropriately. Not bad. Not that strong, but it does blow up a lot of stuff, which is nice. I don't think that quite goes to B for me, but C plus is a pretty good spot for it. And if you care about stuff in your graveyard, I think that's a nice bonus for constructed stuff. Okay, I'm going to blow my nose again. I apologize. It's just easy on me today. Alright, we're into the red guys. And starting off with that legendary vanilla red creature. Tyrox Sordid Tyrant. The beefy dragon man. Dinosaur warrior is different though. I thought he would have been one of the Vishkar, the lizard dragon people. 2 mana, 4/1. I'm super stoked to play that. I don't care how easy it does. I'm very into aggressively costed creatures, so I like that as a C plus. I'm happy to throw that in C plus and drop that every turn, have it die every turn, and trade with whatever it swings at. I'm cool with that. Thunderhead Gunner, 5 mana, 4/5, Shark Pirate with Reach. I'm glad they're giving Reach out quickly because there's a lot of flyers in the other colors. Not so much in white, weirdly, but blue and black both have quite a lot. Discard a card, draw a card, activate the sorcery, and only once each turn. I'm glad that's not an exhaust ability because that would be bad. But a 5 mana 4/5 Reach on its own, I'm happily playing at least 1 or 2 of in my deck, just as a good defensive option for all the flyers in these sets. The extra loot is icing, basically. I'll take it. C plus. Spire Mech Cycle, another 5/4 for 5. This one has haste, or sorry, this is the opposite stats of the other one of being a 4/5 for 5. 5/4 for 5 with haste. Exhaust. Tap another untapped mount or vehicle you control. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature. Put a counter on it for each mount and or vehicle you control other than this vehicle. And it's crew 2. So crew 2 is easy. 5 mana is a little expensive, I think, for the vehicles, but being able to make this a permanent creature is pretty cool. Because if you read these carefully, a lot of these abilities in this set don't say make this a vehicle, or sorry, make this vehicle an artifact creature to end a turn. They just say this vehicle becomes an artifact creature. So it's just a creature forever. So if you've got a couple other vehicles you've thrown out or creatures like with mount on it, this could be like a 7/6 or bigger depending on your deck. With haste, that's pretty good. Like, I'm super happy to do that. that's a strong, aggressive creature. Yeah, as a vehicle, strong. As a creature with that exhaust ability, that's actually very good. Maybe B minus. I like a big, aggressive 8/7 or 7/6. Coming in and swinging with haste is pretty good. Sky Crash. Look at that. There's that destroy target artifact for cheap. With cycling on it too. That's just rude. This is red's unmitigated removal in this set for 2 mana and instant speed with cycling. If they, for some reason, just don't have artifacts that are relevant and you want more stuff in your hand, cycle it, but I feel like every color is going to have a couple artifacts on the board, so this is straight removal. That's I call that a B, actually. Because that kills just about anything, and you get to cycle it if you really need to. It's good, versatile stuff there. You know what? Sorry. It is just artifacts. B minus. It's not artifact or creature. But there's enough artifacts, I think you're always going to find a target with that. Road Rage. 1 mana instant, deals X damage to target creature or player, where X is 2 plus the number of mounts and vehicles you control. At worst, it's a shock that you can only use on creatures or planeswalkers, which is fine. X plus 2 could be 3, 4, 5 pretty commonly, I think. At that point, this becomes really solid removal for red. In fact, they don't normally let red damage removal go that high, so I think this actually sits in that C plus range, because I'd still play it as just a shock to remove creatures in most cases. Okay. Reckless Velocitar. I looked at this guy and I didn't dislike him. 4 mana, 3/3. Whenever this creature saddles a mount or cruise a vehicle during your main phase, that mount or vehicle gets +2 and gains trample to turn. If you have a couple good vehicles, giving it +2 in trample is brutal to making those things become like very effective killing blows. Especially if you're crewing something like this fucking thing. Making that thing a 7/4 with trample is pretty scary. So, although this guy is a little overcosted as a 4 mana 3/3, I think his ability is strong enough that he deserves to be a C+. Push the limit. 7 mana. That sucks. Return all bound vehicle cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the end step. Vehicles you control become artifact creatures till end of turn. Creatures you control gain haste till end of turn. Yeah. It's like red overrun, but way more expensive. It's a good game ender, and I think the games will go slow enough that this is going to matter, but it's an odd choice to make it so expensive. I'm gonna put that at like C-, but I think it's gonna show up if you draw one of these in a draft deck and you're playing red. You hang on to this, you put it in your sideboard and see how long the first game goes, and then throw it in the second game. But 7 mana is a lot. You probably do hit that in this set, I think, but Brow Catcher Specialist. 2 mana, 2/1 haste Goblin Warrior. That already puts this at C+ for me. Aggressive haste. Exhaust, put 2 counters on this creature, makes it a 4/3. I would pay for a 4 mana 4/3. I like having the mana sink, but this is not a repeatable mana sink. But I do think the 2 mana 2/1 haste is already good enough, and then having that ability on top just kind of pushes it over a little bit. I would put that at a C+ pretty easily. If it lasts long enough to get outclassed, then you're going to be pretty happy to upgrade it and continue swinging with it. So, Pedal to the Metal. Target creature gets +X/+O and gains first strike till end turn. I'm not solid on this, but it's going to be an effective combat trick where you get to... you're like, oh, I swung it with my 2/2 against his 3/3, and you just pay 2 and kill it, and you're pretty happy with that. A lot of times, too, something that they expected to trade on, that you just suddenly give it first strike, and you just don't trade, and you just kill their thing, you're pretty happy with that, too. I think this is effective because it scales pretty well, especially if you go in keeping that mana available in combat, but it's not super exciting. Trample would have been really nice, too, but maybe that would have to cost too much for that. I will call this a C mechanic, as it's solid and playable and well costed, but not overly powerful. Pace Setter Paragon. 3 mana, 2/3 human pilot with exhaust 3. Put a counter on this creature and it gains double strike till end of turn. I don't actually like this one that much, and I don't know why it's an uncommon. A 3 mana 2/3 is like a little overcosted, just a bit, and becoming a 3/4 with double strike is good for one turn, but 3/4 after that and paying 6 mana is like not that good. It doesn't say sorcery though, so you can absolutely get somebody on a combat one time with this, and maybe you have the extra mana to pump it up, but like, no. I think that's just a C. I'm not a big fan of that one particularly. Also, these guys, these like red-white pilot racer creatures that have like speed racer styling for some reason, they look like they're going way faster than any of the creatures actually go, because none of them have fucking haste. And they're all just like warp speed anime lines going, yeah! And I'm like, you're a fucking 4 mana 2/3. It's like, so exciting. Okay, Outpace Oblivion, 3 mana enchantment, start your engines. When this enchantment enters, deals 5 damage up to 1 target creature or planeswalker. As a 3 mana, deal 5 damage to something. I'm happy to play that. With the speed ability, yeah, sacrifice the enchantment, it deals 2 damage to each player who doesn't have max speed. I like this one because you can still use it and get good value off of it even without having max speed. Because you don't care about dealing 2 to yourself if it's going to be the thing that kills your opponent or puts them into danger of being killed. And if you're blowing up their creature, clearing the way for an attack, and then sacrificing this after and getting an extra 2 damage on top of it, you're still pretty happy with that. This is actually quite good. E-. Marauding Mako, 1 mana, 1/1 Shark Pirate. I really love the art. It looks great. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, put that many 1/1 counters on this creature. This one fitting in with that other Shark Pirate for like this same ability. I think I put that as a C+. Yeah, Scourging Skyray. I like that a lot, and I like that there's a cycling deck available. I like both of those. I really want to play both of those for being really aggressive cycling. I hope they put that red-white cycling card in there that just domes people for 20 based on cycling cards you have. But if you're in the cycling deck, this is great. If you're not in the cycling deck, this is a 1/1 for 1. That's not that good. But I think by default I have to put this at C-. And if you build around it, this could be like a C+ as a very early drop card that becomes like a easy 4/4 or 5/5 after a couple turns. Yeah, it sits at C- for now, but I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Magmakin Artillerist, 3 mana, 1/4 Elemental Pirate. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, this creature deals that much damage to each opponent, cycling, and whenever you cycle this card, deals damage to each opponent. Another good card for the cycling deck. This one I like a lot more. The body's a lot more substantial, and dealing a damage every time you cycle to each opponent is really strong in multiplayer games. 3 mana, 1/4 that triggers every cycle. I'm pretty happy with that as it is. It's weirdly defensive for red, but I'm gonna put that C+ area. Happy with that there. Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is just good. 3 damage to any target. That's a B-. Off Celebrations. 2 mana, start your engines, enchantment. When this enchantment enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. It's what's the voice card? Tormenting Voice on enchantment with a max speed and a start your engines. In that case, Tormenting Voice was an instant, which this slows it down even further, which I don't think is great, but being able to give your creatures haste to lit a turn is a nice thing to have early, and I will gladly play this turn 2. Sacrifice a turn 6 when you're in a little bit of board stall and plop it down. You don't need to pay anything to sacrifice it either, which is nice. And then just get in there with all your big stuff. Because, and I say turn 6 specifically because if it takes you 4 turns to get to the max speed after playing this, that's about like the earliest I would see it, unless you started your speed earlier with like a 1-drop or a land that has the start your engines on it. Yeah, otherwise, I think this could take 3, 4, 5 turns to get you up to top speed if you're unlucky and they play defensively. So, um, but as a 2 mana, discard a card, draw 2 cards. You're happy to get those limited, and I like the actual effect of it. So I'm gonna put C plus. Howl Squad Heavy. I looked at this guy before too. 3 mana, 2/3 Goblin Mercenary. Start your engines. Other goblins you control have haste. At the beginning of combat of your turn, create a red goblin creature token that attacks this combat if able. And max speed, add red for each goblin you control. This is like a weird, interesting build around one for it, because if you have other goblins, they get faster, which is good. This starts your engines, which is good, even if it's a little slow. And then add a bunch of mana for each goblin you control. Suddenly lets you do some of that stupid stuff like push the limit when you're in there a couple turns later and you hit max speed. The only thing I don't like is that it makes your goblin creature attack if able. I'd like to hold it back for like 2 turns, just like stock goblins up to get around things, but it does make sense with trying to get your speed up there as fast as possible. But this creature alone is like it's a C on the stats, but giving a haste and making a goblin every turn is already pretty valuable and pretty strong. Just turning on that max speed ability too is going to be a good game ender for expensive spells or double or triple spelling once you've got a couple goblins out. So I'd put him at a B minus. But that's assuming your goblins survive. So you got to keep your mana available to combat trick them and keep some of them up, or just play other goblins like the other common ones too. Hazaret, my favorite god. Also, she looks fucking sick here with the new blue arm. 2 mana, 5/3 indestructible haste god. Start your engines. I love 2 mana. I love that it has haste and indestructible. That max speed limitation for this thing fucking sucks, and it doesn't really enable itself other than being able to be an enchantment that just sits there and makes your low power creatures unlockable, like those goblins. So this does enable the max speed thing by making stuff be able to get through and force your opponent to lose some life. But I still like this a lot. 5/3 indestructible haste, I'm happy to swing with it every single chance I get. Yeah, being able to make something unblockable early on for cheap is pretty nice. It's hard to rate this one because if you have max speed when this hits the field, you're stoked. This is like an automatic like A for me every time. If you don't have max speed, like you play this right on turn 2, I'd probably call this like a B minus because it still enables you to get there faster. But I guess in that case, I'd probably just call it a B. Like, it's not a B plus because it doesn't be able to just go in automatically. But 2 mana, 5/3 indestructible haste alone is really solid for me. I'll work around it to get the max speed up faster. Grease Wrench Goblin. 1 mana, 2/1. Really good. Exhaust for 3, discard up 2 cards, then draw that many cards. Put a counter on this creature. That's a good ability, and it's well costed, and it draws you some cards, filters your hand out a little bit, and it becomes a 3/2. 1 mana, 2/1 already is C plus range for me. And then I think it would go up a little bit from there with the draw and get a little bigger. But it's not making too much of an impact. It's not that powerful, but it is a nice aggressively costed fast little creature. And like this is just better than that stupid artifact thing from the thing here. 1 mana, 2/2 indestructible haste. 2 mana, 5/3 indestructible haste. Put a counter on this creature. That's a good ability, and it's well costed, and it draws you some cards, filters your hand out a little bit, and it becomes a 3/2. 1 mana, 2/1 already is C plus range for me. I'll work around it to get the max speed up faster. Grease Wrench Goblin. 1 mana, 2/1. Yeah, better than this stupid tyrant thing. I'm happy to play this one turn earlier. They play that the next turn, and then the next turn I discard cards too, and then I'm still swinging it for the same value. Yeah, like it's so much better. I hate that 2 mana 3/3. Goblin Surveyor, 3 mana 3/2 with trample and start your engine, and then it's got the Surveyor ability from the graveyard. This one's better than the black one. I don't think it's better than the white or the blue ones with their flying stuff and first strike, but a 3 mana trampler, I'm pretty happy to swing with it until it dies and then pitch it from your graveyard. Get a card later. It's cool. I like the Surveyor cards quite a bit, actually. Yeah. I like this one better than the Goblin, and I like this one better than the Goblin. I like the Goblin better than the... Did I put the Surveyor? Where did I put it? Black. Ah, there you go. I like the Goblin better than this one, because this one doesn't have evasion. It costs too much mana to pump it up, but still value in this. Okay. Gilded Goda. 2 mana, 2/2 horse mount. Creature attacks while saddled, create a treasure token. Cool. That's easy to do. Saddle 1 is cheap enough. It does a pretty decent imitation of, what's her name, Sigarda. But I think she cared more about dwarves in total, so for being a common, this is okay. I would only call this a C, though. Because it's not getting any better with the saddling, just making you an artifact token, which is still valuable. And treasure is good for ramp, so it's okay. Gestalt Thrill Roller. 3 mana 4/2 trample haste. When this vehicle enters, becomes an artifact creature through. That's good. I like that. Crew 2. Okay. I'm assuming it trades as a 4/2, usually when you pitch it out immediately. Discard a card, return this card from the graveyard to the battlefield with the finality counter. Discard, activate only as a sorcery. Cool, that's not a bad come back and do some more damage for one more time. I don't mind that at all, actually. Discard a card triggers some of the other creatures too that care about discards. Artifact enters. It's going to be a creature when it comes back in. Yeah, that's good. I think I only still put it at C+, but it's nice and aggressive, and the cost as well. And I like Trample Haste ability as well, so... This art that looks like Motorstorm, it's good art. And he's not a vampire, weird. 3 mana, 3/2. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice a creature or vehicle. When you do, destroy a target artifact opponent controls. Solid. I like it a lot. That's going to be another, basically, universal removal for red. Even if you have to sacrifice a creature for it, it's not that bad. Especially if it's like a goblin or some crud vehicle you've already used the ability on and you don't really care about it anymore. And a 3/2 for 3 is on curve. I like the ability enough. I don't want to put it up into C+, because it's not guaranteed. Like, they may not have a creature and you may just want to play a curve out. Or, sorry, an artifact that is worth blowing up. But on curve, I think it's still pretty good. Full Throttle. Chandra, Pia, and Loot. Okay, weird. 6 mana sorcery. After this main combat phase, after this main phase, there are 2 additional combat phases. It's weird because if you give this flash, you could give your opponent 2 additional combat phases, which is odd. At the beginning of each combat this turn, untap all creatures that attack this turn. This is better played in the first main phase, because you can tap creatures to crew stuff, and then everything untaps. And your creatures will stay, your artifacts will stay crewed for the whole turn, essentially. So this is a good finisher. You have to have a pretty wide board, otherwise you're not going to get through 3 combats with a lethal swing. But I think the cost-wise, it's okay for what it is. Pretty good. We'll put C+, though. Does require some setup and maybe some particular styles of deck building to, like, really take advantage of it. Fuel the Flames. 3 mana, instant, deals 2 damage to each creature. Cool, those are good. Strong always. And cycling for 2. Cycling makes that better. It's not the 2 mana pyro whatever that deals 2 to everything, but it's instant, deals 2 damage to each creature if they've got a lot of zombies or a lot of goblins or a lot of cheap pilots with only like 1/1s or 2/1 power. You're going to be pretty happy to wipe the board with this, even if it kills some of your stuff in the process. Dealing with their stuff at instant speed is stronger. And then if this just doesn't hit anything, cycle it, gets more stuff, or pitch this to your discard matter stuff, and then you'll be okay. I like this a lot too. C+. Endrider Spike Spitter. 4 mana, 3/4 reach with start your engines. At a max speed, beginning of your upkeep, exile top card of the library, and you may play that card this turn. 4 mana, 3/4 reach is pretty good value. Start your engines is kind of shit at that point, but at least turns itself on eventually, and at the beginning of your upkeep, get an extra card is okay. It's not exciting, and it is pretty slow if this is your first max speed, or sorry, your first start your engines card, but nope. Thank you, Candid Kiddo. I appreciate the follow. I will add that to my exercise list. And if you want, you can specify what that exercise will be. But I have no space to do it on stream anymore, unfortunately. So that'll just, you'll have to trust me till later when I start doing my outdoor streams again off winter. Endrider Spike Spitter, though. It's at least a C+. Yeah, a C+. I don't think it goes higher. Exercise list. You might not be able to see it. It's kind of overlaid right about here. Thinly. Here, I'll put the opacity up so you can see it a little better. So I've been trying to lose weight since last year, roughly, and before I moved into this place, I had space behind me that I could do exercises on stream. So every time it was follow or subscriber, I would do the exercises live. But my new place, I really have like no space. That's about as far back as I can go, so I can't really do anything on stream anymore until it's not winter, and then I can go do outside streams where I'll bike and do exercises outside and stuff. So, but I am keeping track of it, and I update it when I go to the gym. So it is something I'm trying to still keep track of and continue my weight loss. So I'm gonna put that opacity up just a little bit more. Yeah, it's something like if I'm gonna sit and play games or do stuff on stream, at least I get up and exercise a little bit. But then I moved into a place that has no space for it. Like I have to like walk around my desk arm here, and it's a little too tight. But I do like to do IRL streams outside in the spring and summer a lot, so I'll bike or walk around Montreal and explore. So when I'm doing those, I'll absolutely do those on stream and just like bike an extra 10 kilometers or something. So sorry, my fucking nose is killing me. I'm gonna go grab some more Kleenex. 1 second. There you go, I'm back. But yeah, if you wanted to add squats, biking distance, push-ups, or sit-ups, I'm absolutely cool to make a note of that and do that later. Alright. Glad not the only one with stuffy nose. Yeah, I hadn't been doing too bad until right after New Year's. I went out and tried to do an IRL stream at the old port here in Montreal, and to like watch the new fireworks because they haven't done fireworks since pre-COVID, and there was like 1 million people out there, and I caught the flu, and for like 2 weeks I was just like, ugh. And then last week I was like pretty good. I'd mostly recovered, but something was just hanging on in my nose and my sinuses, and then this last weekend it just like came back and totally fucked my sinuses up. So I've been a suffering this week, but I do feel on the mend. It's just taking its sweet time to get out of my sinuses here. Don't really mind any specific ones as long as you do it. Sounds good. And yeah, like every time I go to the gym, I update the number a little bit with my extra walking or running and push-ups and stuff. So I just I feel I miss having the space to do it on stream because it was one of my favorite things of every stream, and not having the space to do it, I've actually gained about 10 pounds back. So I'm eagerly awaiting the spring so I can continue losing my weight. All right, I'll continue again here. End Rider Catalyzer. 2 mana, 3/1 with start your engines and max speed. It has add 2 red mana. That's a really weirdly interesting ability for these kind of creatures. Because normally 3/1s, you're like trading them in pretty fast. Um, but if this survives, you've got a really strong mana ramp or red, which is weird. Um, I like 3/1s enough that I usually sit them in C plus because they're aggressive, they trade well, and you're happy to pitch them under the bus and kill something usually. Um, add 2 red mana is really interesting though. I don't know if it'll ever survive long enough to do it, but that does help you cast some of these stupid expensive spells at the end game, so I like it. Dynamite Diver. 1 mana. Oh, hey Cleo.
Oh, you good kitty. Come here.
Oh. 1 mana, 1/1 Goblin Pilot. This creature saddles and crews vehicles as though its power were 2 greater. Whenever this creature dies, deals 1 damage to any target. It's a good 1 mana Goblin. It's a weird that they gave it the pilot ability, because if you pilot it, it's probably not going to die most of the time, but I'm still pretty happy to have it die. I guess you're in the sacrifice colors, so it plays both halves of that pretty well. Go put that. I'm sticking it in C. Not a big fan of 1/1s for 1 unless they have like particularly good abilities. This guy does play nice in both halves, but you need the crewable thing or a sack thing to make him really kind of sing. Oh, woo. That's really good. I think 2 mana for 3 damage is already decent. Yes, absolutely. Once you get max speed, 2 mana for 2 red mana, return is really good. Yeah, I like the ability. I'm just not fond of the max speed mechanic overall. I think it's too slow. Like, let's see, do I have something with max speed on it I can show off here? Like, my particular downside with it is there's a lot of stuff that doesn't have start your engines on it. There is some stuff that lets you put it out really early, like there's a couple 1-drops that have it, and there's a couple lands that have it. And there's a lot of stuff at 2 that has it, but there's also a lot of creatures that don't, and then there's some random creatures that are like 5 mana that say start your engines on it, and they care about max speed. And it's like, it's good that those turn it on, but like if you play this at turn 2, and this is your only card you're playing because you only got 2 mana, that sets your speed at 1. That means you don't get to go to speed 2 until you're at turn 3. And then you get to go to speed 3 when you're at turn 4. And then speed 4 when you're at turn 5. Assuming you've swung with this to get that there, that doesn't mean you get. That means you don't get to use the ability until turn 6 or 7 if they've blocked your stuff, so you haven't made them lose life. Which, if your opponent's playing on curve 2, you're going to be in a rough spot where it's like, oh, they just blocked the damage and they didn't lose life. So unless you have another way to like get that life loss through. You want to stand by an arm Cleo, that's fine. I think a lot of these aren't going to increase as fast as people like or want them to. If they counted for opponents' turns or like other triggers could increase your speed even without life loss, I think this would be a little better of a mechanic, but I think in a lot of cases these are going to be 4 to 5 turns before they actually get to go to max speed a lot of the time from whenever your first start your engine is. So it ends up being a little slower than you'd like, I think, in most cases. Is it's probably going to see a good comeback, I think. Easy max speed, good max speed abilities from Racing. I like a lot of the red max speed abilities so far. The black ones aren't too bad. Some of them are really powerful, but I think they're really slow to get to as well. I think the is it discard stuff is going to be the really good thing. Like I put them in this one. These cards with cycling abilities and like cost reductions for ability stuff, I think they could go really crazy. There's enough things that care about discards to be some really fun stuff here, but yeah, I'm unsure about this set. I think it's going to be pretty slow combat-wise, which feels really weird for a racing speed set, but I think there's enough fun stuff here that there's going to be some good cards going in other sets too, so I'm torn on it because I don't like the tone they took with the race stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that I think is just missing from the Kaladesh Vishkar plane that they normally didn't have. So it's a weird one, but I am liking the cards mostly. So it's a weird thing where it's like I like the story, I don't like the tone, and I like some of the cards, but I don't think all the mechanics mesh that well. It's an odd spot for me as far as like where I rate the set, but I like faster sets normally, and I don't think this is going to be a faster set. I think it's going to be like a turn 10 limited set in a lot of cases. Good max speed. Yeah. Feels really hard to get going unless you're running stuff that can hit your opponent without combat. Exactly. Yes, I think without stuff that makes things unblockable or says lose life, like regardless, it's gonna take you more turns than you expect to turn it on. So definitely not a fast set. Yeah, agree. Most of the good cards are better in slower control decks. Yes, which I'm not a fan of. I like playing fast in standard, so I like playing fast in limited as well, but I like more strategic limited sets. Like I like having a good trade between like combat and removal and like synergy and stuff, but I think the max speed is just too slow. I don't think it works as good as it's set out to be. So we'll see. It could work really well once I play with it a bit, but my initial impression is max speed itself is too slow. So look at this guy. 6 mana, 4/4, Dinosaur Dragon Mount. Flying Haste. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, deals 2 damage to a target. A decent impression of what's it called? I look at Dragon Exert. Glorybringer, yeah. God, these images are gonna load up. What's going on? Uh-oh. Google freeze. Oh, it's hidden by my camera. Google, you suck lately. Yeah, Glorybringer is the good version of this dragon, I think. This one, however, it's decent, but it's not as good. Having to saddle a 3 creature is a little rough, but a flying haste for 6 with 4 is not bad. C plus, but Glorybringer would have been like a B minus, I think. There. Draconautics Engineer, 2 mana, 2/2, Goblin Artificer, Exhaust. Other creatures you control get haste on a turn and put a counter on this creature. And a different exhaust ability. Pay 4 and make a 4/4 dinosaur dragon creature token with flying. I don't like that they're mixing dinosaur dragons so much lately, but whatever. I think dinosaurs get too good when they keep sticking real good dragons in there too. Playing this card as a 7 mana creature to make a 4/4 and then give it haste and make this thing a 3/3 is pretty strong. Playing it as a 2/2 for 2 is pretty average. Playing it as a 2/2 with an ability to give everything haste except for this and make it a 3/3 is not bad. I like that it gets 2 exhaust abilities. I'm unsure about how I feel about the costing of those, but 2/2 and then paying 4 next turn to make an extra dragon is really good. It's a little squishy, but I'd stick that into B-, I think. I like splitting up the bodies like that. And being able to make a bigger extra body is really strong. Well, speaking about this, do you have any advice for the pre-release this weekend? Pretty new. I went to the Innistrad draft, went 0-1-2, kind of scared to go get your ass back. I wouldn't worry about the pre-releases too much. They're pretty chill usually. And I don't know how your store does it for prizing, but a lot of times they'll say you're playing 3 matches, and if you win, you could get a pack. Or if your store is friendly, they'll do like, hey, there's 2 packs, you guys could split it, or the winner takes it kind of thing. And a lot of people are fine splitting it, especially if you're new, because it's more of a casual beginner level format thing. But the go-to for sealed stuff is, unfortunately, you're a little beholden to what you open. So pick the color or 2 colors. Try not to do 3 colors unless you have some good fixing. But you want about 15 to 17 creatures. Ideally, you have more in one color than the other, because splitting straight down the middle with 2 colors is always a little rough. And then you have about 15 to 17 lands. And then as much good removal or strong game impacting non-creature spells as you can to go there as well. Like if you play 15 creatures and like 10 removal spells, you're probably just going to win most of the time there too. So most of the time it's more directed at the winners. Later half of the leaderboard doesn't get any prizes except for the commander stuff. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, some places are like that. If that's the case, you're just gonna have to try your best to build a good deck, open a good cards. One thing that matters more in slow sets like these is good synergy more than bomb cards. So, like getting a giant 6/6 dragon that has haste, trample, deals damage on a bunch of stuff is good, obviously, but it's not as good as getting a bunch of cards that say set your speed up, give you counters, make all your creatures have double strike, haste, blah 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 blah. So if you could play all of those good synergizing cards that curve out really well, that might be better than playing just a big dumb thing that works really good in a lot of cases. And a lot of people get pretty greedy at pre-releases, so they're like, oh, I got all these fancy cards, and I got the mythic rare Planeswalker, so I want to force the color. So you can play a better deck by being smart and careful about your deck building. But like I said, too, it's pretty casual. They don't tend to go too crazy on the pricing a lot of the time, so I don't think you have to be too worried. If you want to play the fancy card you got, you can try playing the fancy card you got. But I think in a lot of cases, a good synergistic, well curved out deck is going to do you pretty well. I'll pull up a draft sim of this after, and we'll see if we can make a deck or 2 with it once I've taken a look at all the cards here and see what I think about making a sealed deck with it. I'm always a little torn because whenever I open sealed decks, I'm like, oh, I got 3 lands, and they're rare lands. That's just 3 rare slots gone that are not good cards now all of a sudden. Especially if they're off color, then that's even more of a hurt. But I think this set so far has been pretty good with a lot of like single color splash cards, so you're probably not going to be too bad off with playing 2 colors and even some 3 color stuff if you've got a couple things that fix for it. There's not as many double color cards, and if you are getting a lot of like 2 colors pips, then you probably want to force that color to be your main color in a lot of cases. But yeah, obviously, like I said, synergy does better than just good cards a lot of the time. But yeah, I think you'll be okay. You'll probably be fine. I think the prizes for this pre-release are 2 boosters for each enter. Oh, they're doing like a real tournament style. Okay. Yeah, you'll just have to do your best. You could try to go to one of the pre-releases earlier and get like a practice run in, or I don't know when they launch it on Arena. Let's see. When does Aetherdrift launch on the Arena? Oh yeah, you don't get to play it early on Arena this time. Okay. So you just have to go to an early one to get some practice if you really wanted to get some practice with it, or do draft sim and just try your best to build some decks. That's the one I wanted. Aetherdrift sealed. Yeah, if you go to draft sim, you could practice making some decks here. And I always like looking at the rarity to see like what rares I pulled. Unfortunately, it's very scattered. Oh, that card's great. This one's great. But sort of color, annoyingly even between all the colors. And then yeah, you could test build some decks through here. Wish you could be done on the right money to keep doing stuff between my cat medication, some of the driving subclass. Yeah, I get you too. But draft sim's free. You can go to draft sim and goldfish decks all you want and hope for some good stuff. But let's see, can I sort this by non-creature? No, I can't. Zoom in a bit. Can I? Yeah, a little bit. Alright, I'll do this after I finish my tier list. I'll go back to draft sim and I'll do it. Okay. Get ready, Rocketeer Engineer. 5 mana, star 5 Goblin Artificer. Durety's power is equal to the greatest mana value among artifacts you control, and when Durety enters or attacks, choose target artifact card in your graveyard. May sacrifice an artifact if you do return to the graveyard. Yeah. There's some interesting stuff you can do with him, but I think that's mostly going to be a sealed or sorry, not a sealed, a constructed thing more than a limited thing. Like, you really need to get a really strong, expensive artifact in the graveyard first to bring back. Otherwise, you're just going to be swapping, like, a 2-mana thing for a 3-mana thing in a lot of cases. If you got lots of treasures, you can do that too, but there's not that many things that make the treasures. There's a couple, but not a lot. But in a lot of cases, I think he's probably going to be like a 3/5 or a 4/5. Yeah, he might be a decent engine for the sacrifice stuff if you've got the right amount of artifacts that are swappable. And there's probably some pretty good stuff with, where is it here? It's an enchantment. Ooh, that should have been an artifact. Yeah, I think Durety is good, but not that strong. He's in an odd spot. I'd probably put him at C to start. He depends a little bit too much on having good high value artifacts to make him really like effective combat wise. kind of the same thing for his second ability too, where you're sacrificing or returning stuff to the battlefield. He's got possibilities, but he's not that great just on his own. Like at worst, he's a 0/5 wall for 5, which is bad, but I think you'll probably have a couple artifacts on the field at least to make him be like a 3/5 or something. It's weird to judge him. I really just hate this look of Duretti. Because I could have sworn he didn't have legs before. Crash and Burn. This is more expensive, worse Abrade. It's instant, which is nice. Destroy target vehicle, which is narrower than Abrade. Abrade would deal 3 damage, whereas this deals 6. But this also costs 4, so it's like better and worse overall. Abrade would have been, I think, too strong for this set. Maybe did they put Abrade here? No, they didn't. Abrade would have been perfectly strong for this set. This is a little weaker, but it's still valuable. 6 mana and red, or sorry, 6 damage in red for 4 at instant speed is kind of rare. But I think destroy target vehicle instead of destroy target artifact is too weak. Out on luck. Oh my god, my nose just doesn't stop today. You cry of joy if you had partner. Oh yeah. Is an artifact deck with them be really fun? I agree, and especially in like Commander and Standard and Modern, there's a lot of really strong artifacts you can get back for cheap. Like he doesn't care about what the mana values of those are. So you've got stuff like what was it? Phyrexian, Portal, stuff like Portal to Phyrexia and Standard. Like, oh, I sack a treasure, get back Portal to Phyrexia. Like, right, just get fucked opponent basically. But that's not in this set, unfortunately. So that's a standard card. Yeah, I think Duretti will do well outside of Limited. I think in Limited he's more than often not going to be that good, unfortunately. And on luck, triple red is a little hefty to pay. But exile top card of your library, you play the card this turn. It's not as good as drawing another card, and I haven't seen a lot of synergies that care about playing from exile. Triple red's a little hard to play. Yeah. I wish it said play until end of next turn, but that'd probably be too good for red, unfortunately. I'm gonna put that at C-. An extra draw is nice, but triple red is so hard to play. Feels really slow. Depends if 5 mana cost, you won't see a lot of play anywhere else. He'll see some stuff at Commander for sure, because that has all the busted stuff to bring back, right? But there's a lot of already pretty good like artifact, Tinkerer, graveyard shit going on with that kind of colors. Not modern, too slow for that. Standard, there's probably a spot for him in Standard. But I'm not quite sure of how that deck is going to work in Standard yet. An artifact matters. Blue-red deck. Something there, but Standard right now is so stupidly fast that anything that's 4 mana or above has to be in like a control shell to really make a lot of difference. Aside from Commander formats like Modern Alchemy and sort of stuff, yeah. I hate alchemy. I do my best to ignore that alchemy exists at all. I feel like once he gets into alchemy, they're probably going to be like, oh, actually, he costs 3 more. We just adjusted him for some reason, but we didn't fix any of the busted stuff in there. Pioneer might have a spot for him. Pioneer is like fast, but it's also powerful enough to slow down some of those fast decks, but yeah, Artificer kind of like graveyard sacrifice decks. I'm not really up and up on those right now. I don't know if there's a really, really good spot for them. I like this. 4 mana, 6/3 Menace, Crew 3 with cycling. I like it. I like all 3 parts of that. Evasion, it's beefy. Crew 3 is a little expensive, but it's not too bad. And I like cycling this away often enough that I'd be happy to just throw it in as a filler in a lot of cases. But I wouldn't put it higher than C. Vehicle means slow. I don't think I'm a fan of this Chandra either. 4 mana, Planeswalker Chandra with 4 loyalty. Begin combat a turn, choose up to 1 target vehicle you control. Until the turn it becomes an artifact creature and gains haste. Sacrifice an artifact or discard a card. If you do, draw a card. You can just do not get the +2 out of it. Create a 3/2 colorless vehicle artifact crew 1. It's good for 0. You get emblem whenever an artifact control enters. This emblem deals 3 damage to any target. The emblem is really good. And again, a lot of the cases here, I'd probably try to focus really hard on keeping her alive and then just getting to that emblem. It's weird because it doesn't feel like a Chandra card. I think that's why I don't like it, but it's obviously powerful still. And if you got enough of those cheap, powerful, like 5/3s, 4/3s, 6/3 kind of vehicles, then you get to turn it on automatically. That's pretty nice. The unfortunate thing is, I don't think she really passes the standard Planeswalker test for me, which is like having a removal ability and an ability to protect itself either via like removing a creature, bouncing a creature, putting a debuff on a creature, or making a creature of its own. It makes a vehicle, but the vehicle means you have to crew it, which means you need another creature available on tapped to tap it and bring it back. Because her ability doesn't apply on the opponent's turn, so she makes aggressive stuff, but that leaves her open, which, you know, doesn't help get you to that ult. I like +2, and I like choosing to sack an artifact to discard a card to draw a card, but yeah, it's weird. Haven't really played it, but I still only played Standard, Limited, and Commander. Something are strong enough without vehicles right now in Standard. I think they're better without vehicles, is the thing. Because, like, I don't know what the deck's called, but Standard RPG. Back Invoke? Yeah, this is the kind of good artifact stuff that you get in Standard right now. So you get the Novice Inspector, Spyglass Siren, and those guys come in and make an artifact, and then you sacrifice an artifact to make 3 guys, and then you use those 3 guys, tap this guy to make him bigger. This is the good kind of artifact stuff because you're pitching them, sacrificing them, going super wide, super fast, but it's not really an artifact deck. It's like an artifact sacrifice deck. Doesn't really fit super well with Duretti specifically. I don't know if there's a good vehicle deck in Standard because the vehicles overall are pretty slow, and I don't know if they're gonna have a good spot in this Standard. I think probably the best vehicle that'll make an impact is where is it here? Like Siege Rhino, but cheaper. Which I don't know if you played Siege Rhino stuff back in the day. If you played some of the older sets. Where is it? Come on. This one. Debris Beetle. When this vehicle enters, each opponent loses 3 life and you gain 3 life. and it's a 6/6 trample with crew 2 for 4. This is easy to flicker to bring back. You're going to drain 6 life each turn. The crew is really simple. This kind of stuff will make a good spot in like a mid-rangey deck, but and the Gear Hulks will probably make a good spot in standard too, but they're not really vehicles as much. I just think most of the vehicles are like a little too slow to really like make a good spot in standard right now. Thing that we lost was all the Kamigawa pilots. There was guys like Greasefang and the 1-mana black spell that turned into a pilot on the backside that gave your vehicles menace and stuff. A lot of those good cheap vehicle enablers just like cycled out of standard, and now we don't have the fast vehicles. But I think a couple of these will make it in. But hit plat in Marvel Rivals? Nice. I haven't played as much as I should be, but I'm gonna put this Chandra. I think she's a B- because she's obviously still very powerful, but she doesn't do removal and she doesn't do self-protection good. But her ultimate's not that far away to get there, and I think that's a pretty easy one to trigger. +2, and then +2, and then the next turn you ult. If you can keep her alive, you're in a pretty good spot to do it. A hard choice. So what's the character you used the most since you got to plat? Was it Venom now? Another good 1-mana goblin. They've stuck some good ones in here. 1 mana, 1/1 menace is pretty strong. With Start Your Engine, it's pretty good. It's got the fire breathing ability. Max speed, double strike. See, this is a pretty good one. I think this is probably the best of these 1-mana creatures they've put in here. Especially because I think there's only been 2 at 1 mana that start your engines. Annoyingly. I like that one. That's a good one. Cheap fire breathing ability makes that really strong. The menace is already strong, so that means you get at least 2 turns after playing this that you'll probably get through combat pretty successfully. And if you can turn it on to double strike, this thing can deal some real damage if they're not careful. I like it though. I think I like it about as much as Bloodghast. Bloodghast is obviously a reprint, so it doesn't have Start Your Engines on it, but I feel like it's a great Start Your Engines card. Burner Rocket. 2 mana, 3/1, flash vehicle. When this creature enters, or when this vehicle enters, target creature you control gets +2 and gains trample on a turn. There's another one of these that they've done that is like normally an instant card that would be a combat trip, but they've just like put it on a creature and gave it flash instead, and I don't mind it. +2 and trample for 2 is like pretty strong on its own. And then crewing it as a 3/1 and throwing it under the bus later is not really the end of the world either. But +2 in trample is significant enough. It's still a slower vehicle. I like the ability though. I think I'd call it a C+. Boommobile. 4 mana, 5/5 artifact vehicle. When this creature enters, add 4 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities. It's like, great, bad. 4 mana, 5/5 though is real good. And then if you paid the 4 mana to this, you get this vehicle deals X damage to any target, put a counter on this vehicle. So it can become a 6/6 crew 2, deal 1 damage to something. It's not bad. This is like more of a build around that I like. You've got some other exhaust abilities available when you play this. That's not a bad way to like offset its casting cost and still get the ability you want on the other creature. But I don't think paying 4 for its exhaust ability is ideal. You want to probably save that till you untap, and you can pay 5 or 6 or more to just blow something off the field, basically. But that's pretty good cost and ability and size for Crew 2. This is... I don't think it hits B-, but I think it's easy C+. Magneto, nice. At Crew Tier pool. Probably a Dark Straight as well, but yeah, we use Red Butter, unfortunately. Well, that's good. Magneto is one of the more important, like, I'd say, higher level tanks in that game. Like, Strange and Magneto, I think, have the most, like, possibility in high level play. And then, like, Groot's pretty good too. But he's like... Groot's kind of like the idiot tank. You just build a wall, block the shots, build a wall, block the shots. Shoot guys when you can, build some walls. Lock them into that area with you, or lock them out of the area where you don't want them to be. And then every now and then you get to ult and let your DPS fucking eradicate them when they're sucked into the grass ball or whatever it is he throws out. But every time I've used his ult, none of my team does the thing, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, I got my ability, and I like click on the icon, and then I get like 3 guys in it, and nobody attacks them, and I'm like, no. But it's fine. I do like Groot though. Marvel has been pretty fun, but I'm definitely not the best. I think that's fair. I think it's a big game with a lot of characters, so I think getting good with like 3 or 4 of like a couple different categories is like a really good way to play, because then you're always gonna have somebody you can swap to if the whole other team decides to be 4 DPS and a tank, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm a healer. Got some shaky hands. You're curious to enjoy the projectile-based characters. Yeah, I'm definitely not like a sniper type, so I don't play Hawkeye or what's her name, Hela, or Widow very well, but I'm pretty good strategy-wise and like judgment-wise, so I play pretty good tanks and pretty good healers, and I play a couple DPS that I'm okay with, but yeah, I wish I was better at sniper types, but I'm just not. I'm just not that good at the snipers. Even all my years playing like CS:GO and Call of Duty and stuff, I'm just not a good sniper on there. People just like point, snap, shoot, and I'm like, no, I can't do it. I need to like aim and take my time, and they're fucking bouncing around and stuff, and I'm just like, I can't. I need to shoot the general area and be happy. Adrenaline Jockey, 3 mana, 3/3 Minotaur Pilot. Whenever a player casts a spell, if it's not their turn, this creature deals 4 damage to them, and whenever you activate an exhaust ability, put a counter on this creature. I hate the exhaust part of this, but I love the deal 4 damage part of this. This is a control Punisher, and there's already one in standard with, what the heck is that raptor called? Raptor LCI. Oh yeah, right there. Cyclaw Raptor. This card's great. This is a worse Cyclaw Raptor, but a worse Cyclaw Raptor is really good still. I'd happily play this. And there's probably a couple random exhaust abilities that'll go off and might make this a 4/4 or something, and like pretty good. But yeah, Adrenaline Jockey is one of my personal favorite cards in the set. I'm very happy to let this sit out there and dome the opponent whenever they try to counter a spell or something. I shouldn't rate it as high as a B-. It's not as high as a B-. It's a C+, but it's good stuff. You have boomer hands. Pretty much sucked at Moon Knight and used the thingy name for me. Yeah, Moon Knight's a pretty good one for that. I didn't know his stuff was automatic to the most part, but once I was playing some of the other characters for like some of the missions, I was like, holy shit, Scarlet Witch, what the hell? She's just like 20 meters away, automatically locking onto people in view, and I'm like, oh. Just going zip, 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 and then they turn and look at you, and you just fly away. And you're just like, zip, 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 zip. I was like, holy shit. But her, Iron Fist, Moon Knight, and a couple of the other characters have really good like auto tracking abilities. I feel like those are great for console players or people that aren't very adept with their hand motions and stuff. So,
Yeah.
sorry. I cannot believe how snotty my nose has been with this sinus cold shit. Basically shut off the control deck that we're on set right now. Yeah. Like I'd probably play the Scythe Raptor over those if I wanted to play like an anti-control deck, but I'm not complaining about having two of them in standard. They're both I love that that type of card. And if not shuts them down, it at least slows them down so they're spending their mana on their turn instead of a mine. Okay. I'm gonna, before I start the next color here, the ad's gonna start in 30 seconds, so I'm gonna take a quick smoke break and hit the washroom real quick. So I'll be right back, and yeah, I'll finish up the next set of colors here, and then we'll continue. So I'll be right back. Give me a couple minutes. I'll enjoy the music for a couple minutes. Little goober Cleo. She brought over her toys for me to toss for her. Alright, Candy Kiddo, thanks for the follow and have a good night. And wish you luck at your pre-release. Let me know how it goes. I'm going to consider streaming mine when I go. I'm playing with Naomi again. We'll do 2-Headed Giant on Sunday. So I'll see if I can do the IRL stream then. I'll try it and we'll see how it goes this time. I'm gonna have I have my GoPro mounted, but the last time I had problems with the signal out there, I'll go and test it and see if it's worthwhile to do it. Alright, so I got my drink. I got some water. Almost running out though. Let's get to the green. And then we're almost done. Alright, Web Strike Elite, green, 3 with reach. That's solid cost and ability. And it's also got Cycling, X, green. When you cycle this card, destroy up to 1 artifact or enchantment, mana value X. I like that it's versatile. I think more often than not you're going to play this as the reach side, but it's nice that you can also pop something with it. It is undercosted, so it's at least C+, but I think the versatility puts it to B-, because there's a lot of valid artifact and enchantment choices to pop in this set. So if you've got this a little later, it's going to be your removal in a lot of cases, but playing it as a 2-drop on turn 2 is pretty good too. Venomask Lagak. 2 mana, 2/1 Lizard Mount Death Touch. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, it gets +0/+3 till end of turn. 2/1 2 mana Death Touch, I'm pretty happy with already. Giving it +3 toughness, I don't know if that really keeps it alive that much longer, but that's probably going to make it at least a double block to trade with in most cases. So good when they have a couple small creatures and you want to get some damage through, maybe increase your speed or something, or if you can force them to block somehow and they need to kill this. But yeah, I'd be pretty happy swinging this as a 2/1 or keeping it back for blocks rather than saddling it off top of that. I think it still sits in that C+ range just because there is enough stuff to care about mounts and mounting and crewing things. Veloheart Bike. 3 mana, 4/2 vehicle. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life and add 1 mana of any color. It's mana rock, gives you some mana effect. Swinging as a 4/2 creature that you crew for 2 is not that great, but does let you trade on some stuff. And if you don't need to use it up as that, you can still tap this as a mana rock outside of that. So, interesting usage of it. I don't think I'd put it above C, though. Is that Quio? Want more cuddles? Yeah, sure. Or you want more me to throw your toys? You're gonna have to wait like an hour at least before I finish, and then I can play with you some more. Hunter's Velocipede. 3 mana, 5/5 trample vehicle. Each other vehicle and creature you control enters with an additional 1/1 counter on it if its mana value is less than 4. 4 or less, I should say. Otherwise, it enters with 3 additional counters on it. Okay, that's really good. So if its mana value is 5 or more, it enters with 3 counters on it, which is really kind of fucked up power-wise already. And if it's 4 or less, it comes in with an additional counter on it. This is going to be good enough just to play on its own and like let it sit there. But a trample 5/5 that you're crewing for 3 is not bad either. I think this is going to do better than you think it does a lot of the time, especially if you can dump out a lot of creatures quickly. But Taria the World Tyrant. This is the green vanilla legendary. A 9/7, 5-mana dinosaur ooze. The typing is relevant. There are ooze creatures and there are dinosaurs. But a 9/7 is just fucked up for 5 mana. It's triple green though, which is pretty narrow comparatively to the other ones, which are all fairly easy to cast. But power-wise, you can't really beat it. There's like 1 or 2 things that could block it in this set. I don't think it goes into B- territory because triple green is just too hard to cast in a lot of sets, or in a lot of sealed sets you're going to get. But it's very strong nonetheless. Stampeding Scurryfoot. 1 mana, 1/1 mouse. Meh. Put a counter on this creature and make a 3/3 Elephant token. That is a strong exhaustibility. The mouse is shit though, the 1 mana 1/1. But making this a 2/2 and making a 3/3 out of that for 5 mana across however many turns is pretty good power distribution. And if you've got synergies for tokens or for creatures entering to get counters or things that care about counters going on them, that's pretty strong. Normally I've been sticking the 1/1s that I don't like in the C there, but I think this is probably one that sits in the regular C area because getting a 3/3 off of it is pretty strong comparatively to some of the other ones. Silken Strength, 2 mana enchantment aura, flash enchant vehicle or creature. When it enters, untap enchanted permanent, gets +1, +2, and reach. So this is normally, again, an instant combat trick, but they're giving it enchant to creature vehicles. Giving it to the vehicles is a little weird because you still have to crew the vehicle normally to make them viable for this, but I do like this as a surprise for when they come in with their flyers and you don't have a reach creature out. I think this is pretty valuable in this set because there's enough strong flyers, but you always run into the same danger chance with enchantments that you get 2 for 1 where they blow up a creature or they wait till the creature gets enchanted and then blow it up. But I do like this one more than others. Having flash on it is strong. Run over was, I believe this was one we used to have before. I think this is just a slight redo on this because it didn't used to have the mana vehicle cost reduction. Yeah, this is really good for what it is. Target 1 to cast if it targets a mount or vehicle you control. Target creature you control deals damage to power equal to its power to target creature your opponent controls. So the one narrow thing with this is that your vehicle has to be crewed to be activated to this because it's not a creature until you crew it, which vulneralizes things a little bit, but in a lot of cases when you swing with something it's already going to be a creature, so you get to kill something before blockers, or once they declare blockers then you can blow it up and screw their blocking up. The one that used to be in standard was target creature deals X its power to another target creature, and then anything over its toughness would carry over, which was really cool. But this is still really good, and I think that cost reduction just makes it kind of fucked up in a lot of cases, so that's a C+ at least. Rise from the Wreck. 3 mana sorcery. Return up to 1 target creature card, up to 1 target mount card, up to 1 target vehicle card, and up to 1 target creature card with no abilities from your graveyard to your hand. That's not a green card. What the fuck is that? That is very much not a green card. That is traditionally a red-white card, I think, is the one that they made. And this is cheaper than those. I think in a lot of cases you're going to get 2 out of the 4 here, but The fact that you could get 4 creatures back from the graveyard for this is pretty strong. They don't go back to the battlefield, but they do go to your hand. It's a little cheaper than that normal effect. It's odd. Black normally has these for 1 and 2, but they only target at most 2 at a time, so it's weird. It's strong. Regal Imperiosaur. Here's the one thing that cares about dinosaurs for some reason. There was no dinosaurs on Amonkhet or... rather, there wasn't a big thing with dinosaurs on Amonkhet or Kaladesh. I guess it could be for Muraganda. Yeah, initially for Muraganda's inconsistent biodiversity. Avishkar researchers made a breakthrough after mapping the plane's arthritic index. The wide variety of fauna was the result of raw magic, not evolution. Okay, so... What are you doing, Quill? What are you doing? I hear you making noises. Sorry. I can hear flicking her cardboard scratchy thing around. It sounded like she was knocking stuff off my shelf. But yeah, already a 3 mana 5/4 is kind of fucked up. There's enough dinosaurs in this set. This is a pretty good lord, and I think it's going to be annoying to deal with, but it is basically a vanilla creature, so it's not the end of the world. It's just a 5/4 for 3. What you want, Kuyo? Come here, come here. Did you bring your toy back? Is that why you came over here? I don't see it. Wake up, baby. You happy, purr? Oh, come on. There you go. There we go. But yeah, a 3 mana 5/4 that buffs other creatures is already undercosted. I don't think it quite makes it into B-, but it is absolutely a C+. Pothole Mole. This creature enters, mill 3 cards, then you return a land card from your graveyard to your hand. It's a 3 mana 2/3 that mills some stuff, puts some stuff in the graveyard, which green and black care about usually. It's pretty good for what it is. Land card is kind of weirdly narrow. But if you're in the cares about graveyard stuff, I think you're going to play it more often than not. I don't think I'd put it above C, though. I'd even put it into C-, but... Point the Way. 1 mana, green enchantment. Start your engines. Sacrifice this enchantment. Search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X is your speed. Put those cards on the battlefield, tap, and then shuffle your library. Being able to pitch this immediately if you had 5 mana to get 1 land is probably not worth it. But getting this for 4 and getting 4 basic lands, I don't know if you really need that in limited. It's going to be a good card in other stuff, but getting this off at like 2 lands is probably still pretty good if you don't have anything else to cast on 4 mana. If you got your speed up to 2 or 3 at that point. I think I'll put this at C- because it doesn't do anything else. But it could be good if you got the right build for it. Plow Through. 1 mana. Target creature you control fights target creature and opponent controls. Or destroy target vehicle. Hey, look, another one of those cheap destroy vehicle things. Not an artifact, though, which is a little narrower than I'd like, but... I like the versatility. I think it goes up to C+, because, again, a fight spell at 1 is already pretty strong. Destroy as an option is also really good. Ovamia Automech Artisan. What are you doing down there, Kyo? You feel good? You cutie? Just laying beside me. 4 mana, 1/2. Each creature that's attacking one of your opponents has trample. That's pretty strong. She's not that strong, but That ability is really strong, and then putting a creature or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield, and if you put an artifact this battlefield this way, put 2 counters on is fucked up. That is a really fucked up ability. Um, that's gonna cheat a lot of dumb stuff onto the thing, and yeah, if your creature or vehicle is an artifact, it gets some counters and becomes an even bigger. This is an instant must kill whenever it's on the battlefield, and if you don't, you're gonna suffer from it. Yeah, she's not that strong, but she is absolutely like a B. That's a danger card instantly when you see it. Who's Patrol? Blech. Sorry, my nose. Just going nuts. This creature enters. Mill 2 cards, and then put a 1/1 counter on this creature for each artifact and or creature in your graveyard. 4 mana 2/2 with the Graveyard Matter set cards. This could easily be a 5/5 for 4, which it doesn't have any other abilities to make it really sing over that, but I think in a lot of cases this is going to be a C+. I think more often than not it's going to be a C+, because there's enough artifact and creature cards that you should be playing that this should be good in most cases. Molt Tender. This is baby Deathrite Shaman. It's not nearly as good as Deathrite Shaman, but it's not bad. You can mill a card and then exile a card from your graveyard to get a mana of any color. It's not great. Not that great at all, but it's okay. It is a 1 mana dork, but it takes a little bit of preparation, so I think it has to be a C-, but a lot of people are going to be pretty happy to play it. The unfortunate downside is that it kind of like counteracts your other cards that want stuff in your graveyard to keep there for other abilities. 6 mana, 6/6 reach. When this creature enters, you gain 4 life. That's already above rate. Now it's got Cycling 2 stapled on it for just making it even better. It's a C+. That's just it. It's the common 6/6 for 6 that has an ability is just like green's staple card in a set now. Giving it stapling, giving it some life gain, it's just like, okay, it's got a little bit of everything. March of the World Ooze. 6 mana enchantment. Creatures you control have base power 6/6 and are oozes in additional to their other types. Whenever an opponent casts a spell, if it's not their turn, you create a 3/3 green element creature token. It's good if you're green something with like a bunch of like random go wide tokens. In a lot of cases, I think green already plays a lot of like 6-drops and stuff. So I don't know how strong this is going to be in limited, but if you get to land this and you've got the stuff to support it, either making tokens or putting out a bunch of cheap stuff, your field is kind of like unbeatable. And if they're playing stuff on your turn, they're gonna become, you're gonna get more creatures that turn into 6/6s. Like, that's just goofballs. Triple green though. Lumbering World Wagon. 3 mana, star 4 vehicle, equal to the number of lands you control. Whenever this vehicle enters or attacks, you search the library for basic land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, and then shuffle. As a 3 mana card that puts a basic land for your library onto the battlefield, tap, I would already play that as it is. The fact that it is going to be between 5 to infinite power is like strong enough. Did I just hear random audio from something else? Why did I hear that? Let me see. Couldn't have been from this, could it? Any of the random streams I was watching have audio? I don't think so. I think I turned those all off. Yeah. Okay. I'll keep my eyes open for random tab playing audio. But yeah, Let 'em Ring World Dragon, I'd probably play that as a 3-mana, get a land on the battlefield, and happy with it. But I don't think you're crewing this too fast. But when you do start to get more lands, this should be at least 4/4 when you swing with it the first time. It's already got 3 when you play it, and it gets the 4th one when it enters. It's a good ramp tool, if nothing else. C+, I would say. And ramp, the crew ability is quite expensive for it, but there's enough pilots that doesn't matter too much, I think. 3 mana, 3/3 Elephant Scout. This is the Surveyor for green. It doesn't have any ability at all. That's a shame. All the other ones have something. I think this is the worst of them. But a 3/3 for 3 is like not bad still. I still think this hits C+, weirdly, because this one's just better. 3/2 for 3 with trample is better. But a 3/3 for 3 with this ability is still good. That's the annoying thing about it. Yeah, I think the black one's the only one I don't think is there, because you have to pay 2 for its ability. It makes it strong, but I don't like paying extra to keep it alive compared to the other ones that all have evasion or something. Yeah, this goes down to C-. It's definitely the worst of the surveyors, but 3/3 for 3 with some ability is not terrible. 2 mana 3/2. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Well, it's at least a C. A little bit undercosted. It's just the better bear now, I guess. That makes that stupid. Yeah, it makes this fucker worse. Green just gets a vanilla 3/2 that doesn't have to be legendary or an artifact thing on top of that. Downsides for white, upsides for green. But yeah, this is going to be a core of all the green decks if you can get a couple of those. Hazard of the Dunes. 4 mana, 4/4 trample, reach worm. Pay 7, put 3 counters in this creature. Jesus. It's definitely big. 4 mana, 4/4 trample reach. Strong, good abilities, well costed. Rather undercosted a little bit. Peg 7 is overcosted, but making this a 7/7 trample reach is ridiculous. It's a C+. I hate that green gets. I don't care that they get the biggest creatures. I care that they get the biggest creatures, and then they also get better versions of cards that should be other colors too. Okay, 2 mana, 2/2. Target creature gains travel on a turn. That's a valuable ability because there aren't that many cards under rare that allow you to get trample so far. Put 3 counters on this creature. It becomes a 5/5. Cool. C+. Thang Druid Summoner. 4 mana, 2/4 Ape Druid with Reach. That's pretty good stats for blocking flyers. Whenever this creature enters, you search your library and or graveyard for a creature card with no abilities. You put in your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Cool. So you can get your big stupid 5 mana super green dino out. I like this as 4 mana, 2/4 with Reach already. To search the vanilla creature out, I think there's probably enough vanilla creatures that you could grab one of them. Who says that you have this guy though? Maybe you only have this thing, or maybe you get one of the green or the blue or the black ones if you're in one of those colors. Yeah, I think he's versatile enough to go in most of those. What you doing, Cleo? Four mana, 4/2 Flash Ape Druid. When this creature enters, another target creature you control or vehicle you control gets +2/+2 into end turn. That's pretty good. This could really be like a good 2-for-1 scenario when you throw something under the bus for blocks, put this guy up to block something else, keep the other thing alive, trade with this one, throw him in during combat when they don't block something to get a thing through, have a guy up for blocks. It's interesting. I feel like this is an effect black normally gets, but they get that. If the creature was dealt damage, destroy it at the end of combat. Yeah, 4/2 flashes, even at 4, I think are C plus range. But there's been a couple green ones that have had flash like this at 3 mana, but they didn't give you that extra buff on top, so I think this is still very good. Elvish Refueler, 3 mana, 3/3. During your turn, as long as you haven't activated an exhaust ability this turn, you may activate exhaust abilities as though they haven't been activated. That's pretty powerful in this set if you got some of the good exhaust abilities. Being able to do them again is pretty nice. And that's not a one-off, that's repeatable. Oof. Need to look that up. Let's see. The rules deck is deeply cursed. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Not getting Switch 2 right? Probably not immediately. That might be a year 2 thing if it's doing well and it's got games I want on it. Because, like, I have enough games on the Switch that I would like to play in a format that I don't fucking hate, because I'm not a big fan of my Switch. Like, it's noisy, the battery runs out, it's hard to play on, the screen sucks, most of the games run slowly on it, the controls are shit. If the new one has solved drift issues, which I'm sure it doesn't, but if they if the resolution's better, it looks better, plays better on the dock, and it plays most of the Switch 1, I'd be pretty happy with it. But Switch 1 is that bad? It's not that bad. It's just I'm not satisfied with it is the thing. And it's something that Nintendo always does. They make consoles for cost. So and they sell it for cost. So they don't give you like an extra powerful CPU in it. So and then charge a little bit less to like give you a good console. They give you something that is exactly worth what you paid for, which compared to both Sony and Microsoft, you're getting like a much more expensive box that's a subsidized price because they know they make money back on the games and the transactions and stuff. But with the Switch, it's like, no. You're gonna pay $400 for it because it costs us $390 to make this thing. And so they don't lose any money on the consoles or the accessories because they it's absolutely gonna sell like crazy, which is another reason I'm not gonna buy it immediately. But like, it's just the way Nintendo deals with stuff is like, Their Joy-Cons, these cost like $10 to make, and they charge like $50 for them. Like they charge more for a set of these than they do for a PlayStation 5 controller, which or PlayStation 4 controller when it came out. But like that cost difference, this is a much better, higher quality piece of tech than this piece of shit that like is tiny, has stick drift, doesn't connect to shit, the batteries are bad, the buttons are awkward. Like this is still fun and it's still useful piece of tech. Like it's good for kids, it's good for parties, it's good for playing with your buddies and stuff. But like this is a set of these is not worth fucking $80 the way a PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 controller is. But you think the Switch will be better by a good margin? No, I think it'll be exactly as good as the price is, which is, like I said, how Nintendo always does stuff. Well, I never play with the Joy-Cons because I hate them. They don't fit my hands good. They have stick drift. The buttons are awkwardly placed and sized. They're not meant for ergonomics. I play with the Pro controller when I play on the Switch. Well, it's docked. So I have the Pro controller. And you get a good solid, like, 8 hours of play out of these. It's not really a big deal. But, like, I can also plug this in via the USB-C if I need. And it's fine to play that way. But you can't do that with the Joy-Cons because they don't have ports to charge them. You have to plug them into the fucking dock to get them charged. And like, there's just build quality things that I'm not a fan of with the Switch. Like, it's nothing major, but you can see like flex and looseness in these, and it's too easy to like put these in the wrong way. And they get jammed, and you suddenly won't be able to get your fucking controller out. And that's something they're fixing on the new one with the magnetic things, but the magnetic things, the joiners on them is like a raw chip sticking out the side, and that's going to get 100% smashed by a kid before they get like an actual problem with stick drift and stuff on it. The Pro controller is fine. If you want to play with stuff on the Switch, it's the thing to play with. It's not as good as a Xbox controller or a PlayStation 4 or 5 controller, but it's better than the Joy-Cons. So it's the one to use if you have to play with it. But yeah, I saved up because Shoppers Drug Mart has a points program where every 1,000 points is worth like $10, and I saved up for like a year because I had nothing to buy with them. Usually I just would use it on groceries or medicine or something, but I'd just been like doing well with money and like saving the points up, and then the Switch came out, and I got the Switch for like $20 because I had like $400 or $500 of points saved up. So I just got the Switch, got the dock, got the extra controllers, the Pro controller, and the extra cable thing with it. And I was like, okay, I'm pretty good with this. And then I bought a bunch of games on it. Most of them played pretty well, like the non-new games that were like old retros or like retro style games, because they don't take a lot to run. But you get stuff like Monster Hunter or what's it called? Heroes of Hyrule or whatever, and some of the Zelda games and stuff, and they just like chug on there. And they chug worse when you play them on the big screen because it's blowing up the resolution and like doing the higher fidelity gameplay and stuff on there. Like, it's not that it's bad, it's just that it's like not that good comparatively. Like, comparing that to like the Steam Deck or something is worlds of difference. And it was really annoying because like I played the Vita and the PSP and stuff as well, and both of those are better hardware. They just don't have the good software that Nintendo has. So when I look at both of the consoles most of the time, I'm like, oh, Nintendo does great software and they have shit hardware like every time. Like it's like kinified, too expensive, nickel and diming for cables and accessories and shit like that because that's how they make their money on those things. Whereas Sony and Xbox and Android and Apple and stuff goes the other way where they'll give you a $2,000 phone and charge you $1,000 for it because they make money on the subscriptions, on the apps, on the software stuff. So you get subsidized better technology on those things for cheaper, but you're paying for it with like memberships and games and software and stuff like that. So Apple 100% is absolutely, yeah. Apple's the one exception where they charge you a fuck ton for the shit you get, probably more than it would cost you to get like an Android or an Apple or Windows equivalent, and they also charge you a lot for the other stuff. Do I connect my Switch normally to my PC monitor? No, I run it through a recording dongle, and then it spits out to the screen. But the Switch is also stupid that way, so I have to plug the audio into the monitor and then run the audio to my headset because the Switch can't split the audio the way the PS4 and the other stuff can. Do I use the Switch screen? I do not use the Switch screen whenever I can. it's a bad screen. This Elvish Refueler. Right deck is really strong. This exhaust ability is not that good, but the other exhaust abilities are really crazy sometimes. Rumbler. 5 mana, 7/6 Vigilance Trample Vehicle. Excellent artifact or creature card from your graveyard. This vehicle becomes artifact creature till the turn. Gross. 5 mana is a little much for that ability, but the fact that you can turn that on without needing to crew it is pretty strong too. Yeah, feel free to keep asking Twitch questions or Switch questions. I have infinite rants about the Switch, but Dredger's Insight, 2 mana enchantment. Whenever one or more artifact and or creature cards leave your graveyard, you gain 1 life. When this enchantment enters, mill 4 cards. You may put an artifact, creature, or land card from among the mill cards into your hand. I don't know how big the graveyard removal stuff is. There's a couple cards that care about it. I don't know if just gaining life is really that relevant, though. This doesn't do anything else other than mill a couple cards for you, so I might even put that into D+. Somebody asked you to switch Steam Deck or Asus ROG. What do you mean? Or to ask you switch Steam Deck or Asus ROG? Like to choose a Steam Deck or an Asus ROG? Or do you mean to choose between a Switch, a Steam Deck, and an Asus ROG? Better choose one? I mean, Steam Deck and Asus ROG are essentially the same thing. Just one's more gamer coded, right? So, but between the Switch and a Steam Deck alike, I take the Steam Deck alike of any kind, because the Switch it has Nintendo shit, but I don't honestly care that much about most of the Nintendo shit, and I could put it on there if I really wanted with other means. So, but if you have a game PC and you don't travel, you don't need a Steam Deck or huh? Well, yeah, but you do travel sometimes, right? Like, I got the Switch before I was stuck in Montreal in my house most of the time. Like the Steam Deck and the Asus ROG, the best thing I could think about doing with them is I could play Street Fighter 6 on them with a fight stick. You just bring that, put it on the table, plug it into a monitor, plug your thing into it, and it plays fine. I can't play Street Fighter 6 on the on the Switch. That just is not going to happen. Like, the games that have been ported to the Switch that are from modern consoles look like dog shit because that's how they have to be compressed to run on it. And they talk about how the Switch technically has compatible or like comparable power to like the PS4, but it's not set up that way to work that well. Like it's either hampered on power or on battery power, to not overheat the console, to not run that hot, to not do that stuff. I don't have a PS5 right now. I bought one at the start of last year to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And then afterwards, I was like, I don't really need this, and I'm moving, so I should sell it. So I sold it to my friend, and she has it now. Like the friend I do the streams with sometimes, Naomi. She has the PS5, so... But yeah, once I beat Rebirth, I just sold it. And now Rebirth's out on PC if I really wanted to play it again. Wait, District Mascot. 1 mana, dog mount, 0/0, enters with a 1/1 counter on it. Pay 1 and a green to remove 2 counters from this creature, destroy target artifact. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, put a 1 counter on it. I think this coming in with only 1 counter is going to be a little rough, because it's going to have to survive swinging as a 2/2 in most cases. And I know there's a buff that comes for it here in one of these that actually shows it getting huge. Yeah, there we go. But swinging in as a 2/2 or coming in as a 1/1 and dying is a little too squishy for my liking, but I do like its ability. If you can give it other counters in another way and then remove counters to pop artifacts, this thing is going to do work the whole game. But it's got to get those counters first too, so... Yeah, I streamed FF7 on it for like 2 weeks until I beat it, and then I just like put the console back in the box and sold it. What games I'm looking forward to this year, if any, that reaches you? Monster Hunter Wilds, I think it's called. The new one's coming out. The beta comes out again this week, and I'm going to play that. And probably Friday or Saturday before I go do this pre-release. I'm sure there's some others, but there hasn't really been anything that like caught my eye, like big attention was. Like Final Fantasy VII Part 3 doesn't come out till at least 2026 or 2027, so I've got a ways to wait on that. And yeah, I haven't really looked at a lot of other stuff too well. You can do Kane's Hexproof and Indestructible Planet turn. That's really good for 1 mana. Create a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this. Okay, but both those are really good for 1 mana. I'm gonna put that at B- actually. Make a creature at instant speed for green in a token is not normally what they get to do. And that 1 mana Hexproof Indestructible is a card they've had in other sets that were great. Broken Wings, that is a fantastic removal in this set. I'm going to put that at B-. You should always run 2 of those if you can in green. After this, I'll take a look at some games too, see what's available. Alright, +4/+4 and Trample is pretty good. That's a really strong combat trick. You still run into that issue of getting 2 for 1, but if you play it right, that's going to almost always win you combat, almost with no matter what you swing. Unless you're swinging like a 2/2 into that fucking 9/7 or something. Beast Rider Vanguard, 2 mana, 2/2 Human Knight with pay 4 and a green. Look at the top 3 cards in your library. Reveal a permanent card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. It was a good dig. I think he still sits at C. Permanent is pretty strong. It can be land, creatures, anything, basically. I don't know if that goes up into C+ territory, but it is absolutely a C at least. Maybe verging between those. Autumn Monarch. 6 mana, 5/5. When this creature enters, and whenever it attacks while saddled, gross. Make a 3/3 elephant. Saddle 5 is a little rough though, but That is absolutely a C plus card. A little overcosted, but getting to make a 3/3 every single time it attacks, if you can make sure it survives, you're gonna run over the game really quickly. Alacrian Jaguar, 5 mana, 4/4 vigilance. Whenever this creature attacks while saddle, gets +2/+2 to the turn. That's the C-est of those so far. 5 mana, 4/4 with vigilance is like actually a C minus. Getting +2/+2 is not that big like of a combat swing. 6/6 vigilance for 5 is not bad. The thing is the saddle 1. If that was like saddle 2 or 3, it would absolutely be C minus or worse, but Gonosaurus Rex. This one's the most busted I've seen out of the green cards. 5 mana, 8/8 trample. Cycling 2 and a green. When you cycle this card, put up 2 counters on up to 1 target creature or vehicle. It gains trample, indestructible 10 a turn. This is a combat trick. It's not a spell, so when you cast it that way, you're just activating an ability. So it cares about the discard. You get to draw cards. You get to put counters on things, make something indestructible, and trample. Or you just play a 5/5 8/8 trample, which is fucked up stats. So this is a B minus. Afterburner Expert. One of the first mono green goblins I've seen, but apparently there have been a couple before. 3 mana, 4/2 is already like solid. And Exhaust. Pay 4, put 2 counters on it, make it a 6/4. It's also really good. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Very good. Very, very good. You're going to get this back many times if you can do it. I think I would even stick that into B minus territory there. It's weird that green has like some of the strongest top end cards out of the set so far, but it's like kind of weaker in all the standard like areas here. Here. It's going to be 5 minutes. Let's see what's game releases in 2025. Let's see. I've heard good things about East. I haven't played them, but Freedom Wars was pretty good. Hyperlight Breaker I liked. Just quickly zoom through these and see if there's anything that catches my eye. I looked at a lot of these during the like stuff they talked about during the like video game awards and stuff, but a lot of them have left my mind as far as like stuff that I remember particularly. A couple have stuck in my brain for Spider-Man 2 on PC. I might play that because I don't have the PS5 anymore. King of Deliverance, Rift of the Necrodancer. Ooh. Sid Meier's Civilization, yeah. I probably won't buy that right away. I'll wait for a sale, but I love Civilization. That I heard was pretty good. Die in the Dungeon. I don't know what that is. Monster Hunter Wilds. I think Fragpunk looked pretty good too, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, Suikoden probably pretty good. Yeah, oh, Fatal Fury Seer the Wharves. The rest of these rapidly don't look like anything I remember. Rune Factory. I like Rune Factory. And then the rest of the year is unannounced stuff. Like, I know Metal Gear Solid Delta comes out, but I think that honestly looks like shit. Like, I love Metal Gear. I really love Metal Gear. But Metal Gear Delta looks like fan animations, and I feel like they've ruined the style of that game with their realistic renderings of those. Not the detail as much as the lighting and stuff is now realistic lighting, and that really looks wrong. A lot of stuff with it, like the realistic animations weren't reanimated, they're just like using the existing animations of those characters, so it looks like bad, and I think a lot of people are too excited for that. Ooh, Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 come out? I should play... When those come out, I should play Undertale and then Deltarune straight through. Because those are solid, good games. Nothing else really catching my eye here. Oh, Elden Ring, Night Rain, yeah. I missed the beta on that. I want to try it next time. Fable? I don't know if that's ever coming out. I don't really care about it if it does. I know Hunter x Hunter Nin Impact is going to be shit, but I kind of want to try it. I love Hunter x Hunter. And it looks like a pretty decent fighting game with like really not a lot of money in it. So I don't think it's going to be that good, but I'm curious to play it anyways. Onimusha, but I don't think that comes out this year. I think that's going to be a next year thing. I'd love some of those Sega games they talked about redoing, because Sega had that mega project, but I don't know when those... They haven't announced any of them yet, other than Virtua Fighter and Yakuza, but those come out often, so... But yeah, maybe Vampires the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 will come out, but... I don't know about that. Freedom Wars was great on the PSP. Or Vita, I guess I should say, but I don't know if that's gonna be as good on the big screen, but I'll take a look at it. Hyperlight Breaker, I'm curious, because Hyperlight Drifter was amazing. And I'd like to take a look at it. But I don't know if I'd call it good. Spider-Man 2 looked good, seemed to play really good, and I liked the first one a lot, so I'd probably go for this. Rift of the Necrodancer, I fucking love Necrodancer, but I'm shit at it. I'm not that great with all the beat stuff, so I'd still like to give it a go, though. Sid Meier's Civilization, I fucking love Civilization, and this probably will not be good at launch, but I'll wait for a sale and then I'll play it. Yeah, fine but flawed foundation, as every Civilization is when they launch. They're always kind of bad. But whenever the first sale is, or whenever the first expansion comes out, they put the game at like 20%. I'll probably pick it up. I might buy it eventually, like this year sometime too, if I get curious enough. I don't know what Die in the Dungeon is, but the name caught my attention. And I heard of this one before, but I have no fucking clue what it's like. Monster Hunter Wilds. This is probably the one game I'm gonna get for sure this year. And that comes out in like 2 weeks, so we'll see if I can run it after the new beta test this weekend on my computer. Because I did the first beta test and it worked, but it was definitely chugging a little bit, and there was so many graphical issues with it I couldn't tell what was the game's problems and what was my problems. But this game looks fucking sick, and I can't wait to play more of it. So, Ragpunk. I swear I saw that, and I don't know what it looks like. No videos on this page either. That's fine. Suikoden. I still have 1 and 2. But I don't know. We'll see how much better this looks like. Maybe I'll play the classics instead. and then I'll get this later. Fatal Fury Seed of the Wolves. I fucking love Fatal Fury. I'm not a big fan of SNK's 3D versions of these, but I like the game still. That being said, I haven't bought King of Fighters 15 or 16 since they came out either, because I didn't like the 3D sprites. And yeah, Rune Factory, I was a big fan of Harvest Moon and Rune Factory, but I know they got bought out or something, and the games have been kind of downhill for a long time, so I don't know if that's something I'm still interested in, but I'd probably take a look at it and see how it is. How much do I spend on games a month on average? Lately, nothing, literally. All right, ads come up. I'm gonna run out for a cigarette. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Yeah, so I forgot what I was gonna say, but I think I was talking about what you asked about my game spending, and I don't. I spend like nothing on games right now. Uh, I have been too broke and paying back stuff too much, but ideally, I would be buying like a game a month roughly. Every now and then I'll buy a couple games on Steam if there's a sale or something, but that's like maybe once every 3 or 4 months, and I'm spending like $20. It's nothing like a full priced game or anything. I think it's been probably a solid 2 years since I've really been buying games consistently. Mostly just because they went to PS5 or they went to PC and they were like super high powered in the way that I just don't have the guts on my computer to do that. I could upgrade this PC to go to it, but like $4,000 on a video card, another $200 on RAM to like get to play them. Or I could just wait a couple years and then they'll be $10 or something and it's fine. So I have no pressure to play a lot of the newest games immediately if they're just going to be generic stuff. So, alright, so we're on to the gold creatures. Black White Zahur, Glory's Past, Zombie Cat Warrior, 3/2, start your engines, sacrifice another creature, surveil 1, activate only once each turn. And whenever a non-token creature you control dies, create a tap 2/2 black zombie creature token when you're at max speed. This card's dope. It's really good for 2 mana. The sacrifice enabling is nice. It's not limited to sorcery speed, just once a turn. So the surveil is nice, especially if you're chump blocking something or you've got something that triggers on death. You can easily do some good stuff with that. And start your engines at 2 is still pretty fast. I feel like this should have been a red-black, but I know white-black-blue is the zombie colors, so I would put this solidly C+. I don't think it's quite beefy enough or powerful enough to go into B, but it's a good signpost gold card. Winter Cursed Rider, blue-black, human warlock. 2 mana, 3/2, same thing. Ward, pay 2 life. Ward is nice. Pay 2 life is easier. But giving all artifacts you control ward, pay 2 life is pretty strong. Exhaust, pay 2, and a blue and a black. Tap, exile X artifact cards from your graveyard. Each other non-artifact card gets -X till end of turn. So he's got a pseudo board wipe tied to him if you get rid of a bunch of artifacts there. I don't think that's going to be incredibly relevant and limited. I think you're probably going to get 2 or 3 off of that, but that's enough in a lot of cases, especially if you tune your deck to play a lot of specific artifacts, so you're not suffering too much from that. Then that could be really strong too. I think he's also C+. But since he doesn't buff anything or generate anything, he's just a kind of a defensive card with an aggressive tilt on his cost. He doesn't activate start your engines or anything either, though, so yeah. Okay. Voyage Home, blue-white sorcery with affinity for artifacts, and you draw 3 cards and gain a life. That's a good card. That's a really good card. Eat. Bunch of robot goblins. I don't know what the fuck those are. I don't know what plane those are from particularly, but I could see this easily costing 4 or less total rather than 7. And if you tune your deck well, this costing 2, that's really good value. I would still put that at C+. It's just good. Veteran Beast Rider, 3 mana, 3/4 human knight. It's pretty cool art. Looks like Ravnica stuff. Beginning of your end step, untap each creature you control. That's really good. Pay 4, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. It's not limited, so you can do it multiple times if you got the mana. I think value-wise, this is just too strong to ignore. 3 mana, 3/4 is already above rate. The untap each creature you control is really good for all the crew and attacking abilities, giving you pseudo vigilance, and then like giving you the field buff when you have the mana is just really strong. In fact, I'd even put that at a B-. I think overall this synergizes better than these two do, but these have their places, and in the right decks, both of these can be stronger. This is just really easily strong on its own. Thundering Broodwagon, 6 mana, 2 black, green, for a 6/5 menace reach vehicle. When this vehicle enters, destroy target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana 4 or value or less. It's expensive. The creature half of it's pretty good, but it has cycling again, which just makes that like hard to ignore value. And there's not a huge glut of removal in this set. I think this sits at a C+ pretty happily. Like, it's a good creature when you can crew it. Paying 6 mana to blow up anything that isn't a land is pretty nice under 4 mana. And then cycling on top of that. Ooh. Sky Serpent Seeker. 2 mana flying Death Touch Snake is pretty dope. I like the stats and the cost for that. And then the exhaust ability, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal 2 land cards. Put those on cards on the battlefield, tap them. The rest of the bottom of your library in a random order, put a counter on this creature. Okay. That's a very good exhaust ability too. Just ramping for 2 is strong, and then the counter barely matters. It's a flying Death Touch, but like it's nice. Icing. C+. Sita Varma, Masked Racer. That's Pia, I know from some of the other art. Human Rogue for green-blue for 2/3. That's good stats already. Exhaust. Green, blue, X. Put X counters on Sita Varma, and then you may have the base power and toughness of each other creature become equal to her power till end of turn. That's pretty good. That's a good late game wipe. Or not a late game wipe, but like a good late game field buff to really make an overrun situation really well if you have trample from the other lady or some other effect maybe. Yeah, she's a C+ as well because of the stats alone. Samet, the Driving Force. Very hard to cast, 6 mana, 4/5 with red, green, white, and 3. But legendary human warrior cleric, and she's got her word soup. She got desparked as well, I guess. So first strike, vigilance, haste with start your engines, which is way too late on 6 mana. Other creatures you control get +X+O, where X is your speed. Non-creatures you cast cost X less to cast, where X is your speed. Both of those are really dope abilities. If you can get her on the battlefield, she's really strong. And hopefully you've already got your speed to max by that point, because then she's swinging in as an 8/5, which is crazy. Oh, sorry, she doesn't get that. Other creatures get the +4/+0. And then they cost 4 less to cast, is really strong. I think she's B-. She can't be a B because of how hard it is to cast her, but those colors do synergize pretty well normally. Hey, there's that stupid sexy frog. Sabsunin, Luxa Embodied. It's 5 mana, 3 green, blue, 6/6. Reach, Trample, Indestructible God. Sabsunin can't attack or block unless it has an even number of counters on it. Beginning your first main phase, put a counter on it, and then it has an odd number of counters on it, draw 2 cards. So every second turn this can attack or block, and every second turn other than that one, or every other turn I should say, you get to draw 2 cards. Really good, really hard to remove. It's going to be swinging in with stupid amounts of power every single time it does. It's going to be an 8/8, then a 10/10, then a 12/12. It's an inevitability of winning the game unless they lock it down early. But it's a dead card for 2 turns from when you play it. So unless you're able to defend yourself other ways, I think this is a bad play in most cases. But if you can defend yourself for those 2 turns, when like the first turn you play it, and the next turn where it can't attack or block, then the next turn when it's swinging it as an 8/8, this thing becomes really good. Or if you're manipulating counters on it some other way by giving it counters by default or adding stuff on top of it, then that becomes really good. But either way, this thing is going to draw you a lot of cards. It's going to eventually kill the person. I think I'd put that at like probably at like an A. If you can get it out and just let it do its thing, you will probably win the game. Rocketeer Boost Buggy. Red green 3/2 artifact vehicle. Whenever this vehicle attacks, create a treasure token. Nice. It's one of the few generators that makes treasure tokens consistently. It's crew 1, which is nice and easy for those colors to do. This vehicle becomes an artifact creature permanently. Put a counter on it for 3. So you play this, probably crew it the next turn, play another creature, and then the 4th turn you probably pay this, cast a 2-drop or something. This becomes a 4/3, and just swing, get treasures, ramp out. Yeah, it's also a C+. Big surprise. Riptide Gearhulk. 1 white, blue. Artifact creature construct 2/5. So we've got 5 Gearhulks, I believe, in this set that cover half the color pairings. I don't think we have 10. Double strike 2/5 is essentially a 4/5. Yeah, prowess, nice, gets bigger with non-creature spells. Whenever this creature enters, for each opponent, put up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls into its owner's library, third from the top. In a multiplayer game, this is a good removal and tempo spell. In a one-on-one, you're still going to play it, and you're still going to be pretty happy with it. It's not as effective, but you're paying 5 mana to get a big beastie double striking prowess thing that also just tempos your opponent a little bit. Hard to cast, but I would call it a solid B. It just needs to, be played at the right time. Red Shift, Rocketeer Chief. Red green 2/3 Vigilance Goblin Pilot. At rate, very C+ already. Add X mana of any one color where X is Red Shift's power. Spend this mana only to activate abilities. Okay, so after you've attacked with him or not, tap him for 2 or more to get some mana. His exhaust ability is 12. Put any number of permanent cards to hand on the battlefield. I don't think his exhaust ability is standard or limited playable. You're probably never activating that, to be honest. You can do it, but when you can start playing 12, you could probably just cast your whole hand anyways. So I think his tap ability works well enough for other things that he's going to be by default a B-, because there's enough other exhaust and mana sink abilities that his stuff is strong regardless. But you're probably not worried about his exhaust ability that much. I don't think there's enough big scary things that cost like 10 plus that you're going to be holding on to in hand to suddenly cast out. There are definitely some cards you might throw in as like a random splash that you could cheat out, but I don't think relying on his ability is the way to do it, since you can only activate it once too. It's like, Ranger's Aether Hive, a 3 mana 3/5 Vigilance Vehicle. Whenever you can activate an exhaust ability, create a 1/1 colorless stop your creature token with flying, and it's crew 1. Crew 1 for a 3/5 is pretty good, especially with Vigilance. And if you have this, you probably build into the exhaust stuff and go from there. I think C+. They're all good so far. Alright, here's another one of the Gearhulks. Pyrowood Gearhulk. 2 red, green. Vigilance Menace 7/7. That stat body is pretty gross already. When this creature enters, other creatures you control get +2/+2 and gain Vigilance and Menace until in turn, and damage cannot be prevented. So if they have protection or prevent damage, then you can get around it with this. I don't think this card is as scary as some of the other Gearhulks, but it is a very good overrun ability. On its own, not the scariest, but that ability is going to end a lot of games right on the spot. So I think that's a B+, probably. Yeah, I think it's a little more effective than this one. Oil Deep Gear Hulk. I love this one being the cheapest. Blue, blue, black, black. 4/4 lifelink ward is a good set of bodies, but this has the least effective ability on it coming in. When this creature enters, look at the target player's hand. You may choose that card from it. If you do, that player discards that card and then draws a card. I don't like that it replaces itself in their hand. You could look at your own hand, I guess, and like discard a card, draw a card, but like it's just not as effective as the other ones. But the body's really good. If you can cast that, I think it's a very strong creature on its own. 4/4 lifelink with Ward 1 is not crazy, but it is cheaper than the other Gear Hulks, so you get it out a little earlier, gain some life, do some stuff with it. Alright, Mimeoplasm, the revered one. X black, blue, green. Mimeoplasm enters, exile up to X target creature cards from your graveyard. Enters with 3+1/+1 counters for each creature card exiled this way. Pay 2, Mimeoplasm becomes a copy of a target card exiled with it, except it's 0/0 and has this ability. Oh, because it has counters, yeah, okay. So if you have some good cards that have some really nice keywords or activated abilities, you can get some good stuff out of it. Ideally, I think you want to get this with at least 2. So you get a 5/5, a 6/6 for 5. If you can do it for 6 total, like peg 6 mana total, you're gonna get a 9/9 for 6, which is really good. And then depending on what you exiled with it, it's better or not. But value-wise, this scales up pretty well. It's just hard to cast again. I don't think it can be better than Samet, just for the hardness to cast it with 3 colors. There might be some good fixing, but there hasn't really been a lot in the other colors here to really like justify it. Mendicant Core, Guidelight, it's Bumblebee basically. Blue, white, star 3, legendary artifact creature robot. Mendicant's Core is equal to the number of artifacts you control. Start your engines. And Sweet Star 1, blah 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 blah. When you cast an artifact spell at max speed, you may pay 1 if you do copy it. Very good. A lot of good artifacts to cast in this. I think this sits right with the other ones there at C+. I don't like counting the max speed because it's just not going to happen that fast. It's going to be like, even if you cast this on curve at 2, it's going to be turn 6 or turn 7-ish before you really get to go off with these. Unless you're starting T1, start your engines, T2, get a hit, T3, get a hit, T4, get a hit, and then you're at max speed. And then that's turn 5 when you're activating abilities that have max speed on it. But that's pretty narrow. I think there's only 2 or 3 cards that started on T1 in the colored stuff, and then a couple of the lands, so you could get there, but it's harder. Yeah, it's good. Need the artifacts though, and they should be good artifacts hopefully, but we'll see. We'll see. Copying that stupid sundial is just gonna do nothing. Loot the Pathfinder, this fucking little freak. 2 green, blue, red, Beast Noble, Double Strike, Vigilance, Haste, 2/4. And he's got 3 exhaust abilities. Add 3 mana of any color, draw 3 cards, or deal 3 damage to anything. So he's got Ancestral Recall, Lightning Bolt, and Dark Ritual, but any color. Or I guess that's a Lotus. Yeah, he's got good abilities. He's hard to cast. I think he has to sit with the other 3 color guys. I don't like 3 colors that often in a sealed. Unless you're playing like 2-headed giant or like full box sealed or something where you get a lot more choice to build around, but fuck is that? A bat? Batbird? Lagorin, Soul of Alacria. Green, white, 1/1 beast mount, legendary flying creature. 2 mana 1/1 flyer is not great. Put a counter on each of up to 2 target mounts and or vehicles when it attacks while saddled. So it attacks the first time, ideally, as a 2/2. It's flying, so it probably gets away with it. I think it's good, but it's like not good enough. I think that's a little too vulnerable to just getting blocked by a reach creature or another flyer or something. Especially if you don't have another creature to saddle it or another mount to offload some of those counters to. I mean, you build around it, but yeah. Kolodin, the transformer-looking guy, red-white, 2/3 legendary human pilot. Mounts and vehicles you control have haste. Whenever a mount you control enters, becomes saddle till end of turn. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, becomes an artifact till end of turn. Yeah, he's good. He's gonna make a lot of stuff really fast if you can get him. He's rare, which is hard. C+. The stats are just C+ automatically. He doesn't get haste, unfortunately, but they're gonna make some annoying swings. Ketramos, the new Dawn. There's been a lot of talk about this guy. He's really powerful. I don't think he's good in limited, especially this limited. There's just not enough exile to really make him sing. I don't think he's gonna turn on for many turns if you play him in this. Like, there are specific cards that do it, but I don't think they're white and black. They're in green mostly. Because the biggest problem with him, compared to the other gods, is he doesn't turn himself on. He doesn't have an ability that exiles cards. Like, he cares when they're exiled, but he does not exile things himself. So I think he's actually really bad in limited right now. There might be a couple cards I didn't see in the last categories here that do some exile stuff, but I think he's narrow enough that you're going to be like picking up for a few specific cards to get him. He's D+. Like, you could probably build around him with like Molt Tender and a few other cards, but like, how many other exile cards? I don't remember there being a lot. Intimidation Tactics gets you an exile. Annoyingly, it's that uncommon. This does not exile. Doesn't exile. Doesn't exile. What's up, Quio? What's up, baby kitty cat? Whoa, 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 whoa. Welcome, cuddle. There we go. This exiles. Gonti exiles. That exiles. That exiles. That exiles. There's like 6 cards in black white total that exile. It's not enough. I don't think that he's gonna turn on easily. Fortunately, I feel like he's kind of a dud as a limited card. He'll probably have some really good value in Standard and in Pioneer and Modern and stuff, but like, it's a rough hit. Haunted Hellride. 3 mana, 3/3 vehicle. Whenever you attack target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch on turn, untap it. 3 mana, 3/3 with crew 1. That's pretty good. The attack trigger doesn't rely on this attacking, so you just get the effect on the field, which is pretty nice. I don't know if I'd call it a C+. I think it's probably just a C. But that is going to let some of your stuff get through if they don't want to trade on it or throw 2 creatures under the bus kind of thing. Haunt the Network. 3 blue-black. Sorcery. Choose target opponent. Create 2 colorless Softer creature artifact tokens with flying. Then chosen player loses X life and you gain X life, whereas the number of X is the number of artifacts you control. Neat. It's basically it's a fairy, or not fairy. Tezzeret card had something similar to that. I think it's expensive. It's one of those cards that in limited will blow somebody up a couple times, but I don't think is actually going to be useful outside of that. I'll put it at C- because it requires a good chunk of build around. Guidelight Pathmaker. 4 white blue. 6/5 vigilance vehicle. When this vehicle enters, you may search your library for an artifact card and reveal it. Put it on the battlefield if its mana is 2 or less, otherwise put it in your hand and then shuffle. 6 mana is a lot. 6 mana for a vigilance 6/5 is pretty on key, but it's a vehicle. Search your library for an artifact card. Pretty valuable, but mana 2 or less. I think that sits in the C zone as well. Gastal Thrill Seeker. Lizard Berserker. 2 mana, black red, 2/3. Start your engines. When this creature enters, deals 1 damage to target opponent and gain 1 life. So this one is one of the few that gives you a speed boost instantly. So the way this works, if you have no speed, it starts at 1. So if you didn't have a speed, when you play this guy, it goes to 1. And then it increases from his dealing 1 damage to target opponent, and you gain a life. So this is one of the few cards that gives you that like instant speed boost when it enters. And then max speed, this creature has Death Touch and Haste. So not that hard to turn this one on. But this is one of those ones, if you can play it in multiples, becomes a lot better because you're going to ping it automatically when it enters. And if you can do that 2 turns in a row, you've basically got max speed already. We'll see. I think this is one of the better ones. Put him in C+, just because he increases the speed to 2 immediately. Fearless Swashbuckler. 3 mana, fish pirate, 3/3 with haste. Vehicles you control have haste. Whenever you attack, if a pirate and a vehicle attack this combat, draw 3 cards and discard 2. Pretty nice. I like the ability. I like the buff to the vehicles. So that's at least anything splashing red between red, white, and red, blue. All seem to have haste enablers for the vehicles. With what's his nuts, the red guy. And I like the draw on this one, too. That's repeatable draw. It's not just a single one. Shame he doesn't have Menace, but 3/3 haste. 3 is pretty solid. Bar Fortune, End Boss. The Mad Max Girl. 4 mana, 2 black red, 4/5. Legendary Human Mercenary with Start Your Engines. And whenever you attack, Far Fortune deals 1 damage to each opponent. There you go. Enabler. If source you control deal damage to an opponent or permanent opponent controls deals that much damage +1 instead. That only happens at max speed though, so a couple more turns. But yeah, she's a little slow, but you don't even have to attack with her to get that trigger. You just have to attack, period, with something. So if you didn't have max speed by the time she's out, you'll have it pretty soon after she's out. I don't remember that being that many non-combat damage stuff. Oh wait, that doesn't specify non-combat damage. That just says deal damage. Okay. So yeah, if you get through with a bunch of 1/1s, you're gonna deal 2 instead. That's pretty strong. Explosive Getaway. 3 red-white sorcery. Exile up to 1 target artifact or creature. Return to the battlefield under its own control at the beginning of the next end step. Deals 4 damage to each creature. So keep 1 creature alive, blow the rest up. Not a bad board wipe. Not as good as that 5-mana white one, but I already said I like board wipes at B. I think I'll keep it there. Embalmed Ascendant. 1 white, black, 1/2 zombie with starter engines. When this creature enters, create a 2/2 black zombie. So 3 mana, make 3/4 power. Pretty good. Max speed, whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. Another one of those Blood Artist style effects in this set that's pretty interesting, and they're both in black and white, I believe. The other one was black artifacts entering, but those two together seem pretty good. You have the sacrifice zombie generation stuff unlocked, then you're in a pretty good spot with him. It's C plus just because it splits the body up into 2. So even if one of them dies, you're still getting another body out of it. He's not that special on his own though. Just splitting the body up into 2 is nice. Dune Drifter. X white black vehicle 3/3. When this vehicle enters, return target artifact or creature card from mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's a good one. Compared to both the white and black having kind of like a bad revival spell, this one's really good. Because even just paying this as a white black 2/3/3 for nothing is a valid choice for a vehicle, but I like that a lot. That's a good spell on its own, and then you get a vehicle out of it. So, Siege Rhino, you're back, and you're better than before. You're easier to cast, and you're cheaper and bigger. This vehicle enters, each opponent loses 3 life, and you gain 3 life. Now let's just compare it to Siege Rhino. Well, it's the same price, actually. Just a better creature for the same amount, but easier to cast. Yeah, I like this one a lot. I would be very happy to just play this, bounce it, play this, bounce it, play this, bounce it, play this, bounce it. And I think there'd probably be a pretty good standard Siege Rhino-y kind of mid-range deck going on with it. This is easier to cast. Crew is easier to do. And you could bounce artifacts, bring it back to the graveyard, do all sorts of shit now. I like this at B-. It's just a good body and a good ability, and yeah. Pole Stoke Gearhulk. 1 black, black, red, red for a Menace Death Touch 5/4. That's a pain to block and deal with. When this creature enters, put target creature card with mana value 4 or less on the battlefield from a graveyard on the battlefield under your control with a finality counter. Creature gains mana, Death Touch, and haste at the beginning of your next end step. Exile that creature. This is a great flicker target. You're going to steal stuff from the grave, and it comes back, and you get to swing in with it. Probably hit with it, because Menace and Death Touch and haste is pretty annoying. And there's a lot of good, powerful creatures at 4 mana that if you've killed them already or put them in the graveyard somehow, good stuff to bring back. Yeah, I think this one sits up here with Pyrowood. Not quite as impactful as Pyrowood, but it's a little more impactful than Riptide. Because because you get a free swing off of this when it comes in, and then you get to swing with it afterwards and probably kill 2 to 3 things on block. Alright. Cloud Spire Sky Cycle. 2 red-white artifact vehicle. It's a 2/3 flying vehicle. When this vehicle enters, distribute 2 1/1 counters among 1 or 2 other target vehicles and or creatures you control. So gives counters to stuff in red-white, not itself, which is a little annoying, but Crew 1's cheap, but the cost is kind of expensive. It's if you think about the value you're getting on the +1/+1 counters, you could play this at the appropriate time, but I don't like that this is kind of a dud on its own when it enters with nothing else there. Like, if I got my field blown up and I just wanted to play available for swinging next turn, this is a poor one of those. Cloudspire Coordinator, red-white 3/1 human pilot. When this creature enters, scry 2. 2 mana 3/1s I like. When it enters, scry 2 is also pretty good. And then tap, create X1 colorless pilot creature tokens, where X is the number of mounts and or pilots that enter the battlefield under your control this turn. Those tokens have this blah 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 blah. So every time your mounts or vehicles enter, this can tap to make more pilots is really nice. But I would have put this in a C+ as its own for a 3/1 that comes in with Scry 2, but that tap ability is pretty strong. You're going to generate a lot of pilots real fast if you've got like a good chunk of vehicles and mounts available. Especially if you got some multiples of these and you're playing like solid red-white. It's really good stuff. Caradora, Heart of Alacria. Sorry again for my runny nose. Ugh, I'm drying my nose out like crazy. When Caradora enters, you may search your library for a mount or vehicle card. Reveal it, put it in your hand, and then shuffle. Oh, she's riding that weird legendary. If one or more counters is put on a creature or vehicle you control, that many counters +1 are put on instead. Creature or vehicle. Yeah, okay, that covers your mounts. Interesting. 4 mana 4/2 gets you a mount or vehicle put in your hand, so you're ready to go next time. Obviously, they want you to play with Lagger in there. I think this is pretty good because it gives you the search and it's pretty beefy on its own. Even if you don't have the counter stuff, you're able to get something out for it. But playing them together obviously makes the most sense. Probably don't want to use this to saddle this, but being able to use this and put 2 counters on itself and somebody else is really good. This plays really nicely with a lot of the other green and white counter creatures, but it's expensive, annoyingly, so that effect comes in after a lot of your cheap creatures came in, but it's still good. Also, I really like this Shark Boy. 4 mana Legendary Shark Pilot, 2 blue-red, 5/4, Ward, pay 2 life. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, for cycling probably in the most part, target creature gets +2/+0 to unturn for each card discarded this way. Whenever that creature kills damage to a creature card, deals damage to a player this turn, draw a card. This is going to be a bananas EDH deck because of wheels in the blue and red. Like, it's Riel, but Riel on target creature, so you just get to spread it around, which is really dope. And I think he's going to be bananas in Commander. In Limited, I don't think he's going to be too bad. I think he's going to be a pretty good enabler to like make some really big swings. But the cycling costs are expensive enough. You're probably only doing 2 of them a turn at tops in a lot of cases. But still, that's enough to get through with some pretty big swings. Like, say you've got a 3/2 and a 3/1, and you give them both +2/+0, you're swinging in for 15 every other turn or so is like pretty good. And then every now and then you get to draw 2 cards off of that. It's good stuff. I think that's pretty good. Very powerful. Broodheart and black-green artifacts at the beginning of your upkeep. Surveil 1. That's nice. Pay 2 black green. Sacrifice this artifact. Turn target creature or vehicle card from your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. The surveil on this is good enough. Bringing something back when you got the mana is pretty good too. Decent way to cheat some stuff in. I think the cost is appropriate. It's like surveil one. I think that deserves to be in C just for that, or C plus for that. Broadside Barrage. Instant 3 mana, 1 blue, red. Broadside Barrage deals 5 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and then draw a card, then discard a card. Cool. That's better than a lot of the red removal. Getting a loot on top of it. It's not badly costed. It's instant speed. I think I put one of the Chandra removal things up here that costs 3, deals 5 damage to creature or planeswalker. This is just better than that, although this is still good. They both sit in the same spot here. This is probably a little better, but I don't think it quite goes up to B. The Break Glass Gear Hulk, the other 4 mana one. Green, white for a 4/4 first strike trample. When this creature enters, search your library after 2 artifact, creature, and or enchantment cards. Mana value 1 or less, reveal and put in your hand, shuffle. That second ability I think is going to be a dud in most of the games you play with, because you're either going to get them early or it's going to not matter when you cast this. But this is a better creature than the Oil Deep Gear Hulk. The 4/4 lifelink with a ward 1 is good, but 4/4 first strike trample is better. I think these kind of sit in the same spot, but these sit in the same spot as more powerful up there too. Boosted Sloop, 3 mana menace vehicle for 1 blue red. Whenever you attack, draw a card, then discard a card. That's a nice also enabler, the same way the black blue one is, which I put here. Yeah, I think these all do pretty good. This actually down 1 step to here. Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. A flying 2/3 for 4 is okay. That gives some counters out, but that's a strict downside compared to some of these other ones that do pretty good things regardless of whether they're available or not to attack or having other creatures available. Exhaust abilities of other permanents cost 2 less to activate. There we go. That's one of the ones you needed for some of these other permanents, unfortunately. Pay 6 creatures, vehicles you control, gain trampled in a turn, put 2 counters on this creature. This is one of the wide field ones that you've been seeing in the other colors. There's like 2 other cards I think that do it in green, but not many things that apply the whole field. Fortunately, this is till end of turn, but it'll just matter when you win it with it. That's the only thing that's going to matter there. But the exhaust abilities coming down 2 less is pretty good, because a lot of these will just cost like 1 color. And then, let's see. That'll cost 1 green. 2 to get 3 counters on it. That'll cost 5, but that's better than 7. They get reduced quite a lot. 2. 1. Oh, that's not exhaust, never mind. That's just max speed. Apocalypse Runner. 4 mana, 6/5 vehicle for 2 black red. Target creature you control power 2 or less gains lifelink and can't be blocked. That's a really nice tap ability if you've got the cards that fit it. It's also really weird for black red, but and crew 3 for a 6/5, I'm happy with that. That's a C plus for me. Achik Emerald Red Radian. 3 black green for an insect druid 3/3. When it enters, create a 1/1 green insect token for each artifact and or creature in your graveyard. And whenever an insect you control dies, put 1/1 counter on Achik. Each opponent loses 1 life. That's like every Golgari legendary has the same ability. make a bunch of insects for stuff in your graveyard, and then gain life or counters. This kind of just does it all. It's really good. It's a little hard to cast, but it's kind of good because you want that later on when it mills stuff, or when you've already milled a bunch of stuff or had a bunch of stuff die. Getting 10 1/1s is not that crazy on this, and it's a shame this doesn't have flying or trample or menace or something, but whatever. It's gonna turn up pretty fast, I think. It's more and more I feel like this thing kind of sucks because it does the mill thing, but the XL card has to be from your graveyard, which just ruins a lot of your own abilities. But this is still pretty good. This is easily B minus, I'd say. Like, casting this at 6 on curve probably gets you like 2 or 3 tops. But if you're playing in that deck and you've got cards that are milling when they enter, discarding, surveilling, and stuff, I don't think it's that hard to get this to 5 to 10 easily, like at all. Yeah, this could be a real pain, but they don't have flying either. It's just a go wide thing. But yeah, green black plays good with the go wide stuff, so that's what I have for the. As expected, they're all pretty good, and I think they're stronger on average because they're your signpost cards. You get a rare in one of these, you probably should lean towards that if it's like your first pack rare or something. These are good signs to say, hey, you should probably try to build that deck. You know, don't ignore the pack signs if you get like only given blue cards after you pick the green red guy first pick or something. Like everybody else picks all the green red cards. Don't force it. Pick the cards that are there and make the best deck you can. But yeah, if you get some of these, that's a pretty good gamble to go into those. It's kind of funny how these are both mythics in the 3-color vein, but I think Samet's actually like kind of better than these two. Like, he's obviously got really strong keywords and really strong abilities, but like they use once and then you don't have them anymore. This could be really big, really fast, but this does so much more for your whole board so much faster. And even this one, I put this in B minus because that is very strong, very very strong in all of the crew and saddling and go wide stuff that green white likes. It's a very okay. So the color stuff, we got artifacts. These might not all show up because of the screen stuff there, but I'll try to get them low on the screen so it's easy to see. Wreck Remover, 4 mana, 3/4 artifact construct. When this creature enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from graveyard to gain a life. Yeah, it gets you some of that exile stuff for Ketchamoose if you're playing him. It's expensive though. It's a little overcosted. Cycling's not that bad. The life gain's not that bad. I'd probably put this at like a. I think that just has to sit at a C. The cycling's doing a lot to bring it up there. Walking Sarcophagus. 2 mana, 2/1. Start your engines. Max speed, this becomes a 3/3. It's nothing special, but nothing terrible either. I would happily play this as a 2 mana, 2/1 and be pretty okay with it. And then sometimes if it comes in as a 3/3, you're getting a better deal than that fucking legendary. It's not better than a C though. Ticket Tortoise, that's cute. Artifact creature Turtle for 2. 2 mana, 3/1 Defender. This creature enters if an opponent controls more lands than you, create a treasure token. That's pretty good, especially if you're playing second. Admit one. Enjoy the race. I like that you play or they play a man, you play a land, they play a land, you play a land, and then you play something else. They play their third land. You play this, you get a body, a good trades with some stuff, and a treasure. Then you play land and whatever. Um, Being defender sucks it down a little bit, but I'm still happy to throw this out at the right timing and trade with it easily. I cannot believe how much I'm blowing my nose today. Well, that's good news for my sinuses, but here is your mana fixing rock for this set. 3 mana, start your engines, add 1 mana of any color, max speed, sacrifice this artifact, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. I think the max speed effect kind of sucks, but it is what it is, and it's useful when you get it. But a 3 mana rock's pretty standard for them, and it's one of the colorless options for fixing a little bit, so I think that has to sit at C, because it's one of the common ones you'll actually see. A 5 mana 4/4 flyer is not bad. Crew 2 is pretty easy. Cycling 2 put this into C plus range for me, because the flyers are heavily limited to blue-black in this set. People are going to want to play some of these to have as blockers and to get through aggressive stuff. Because your creatures don't have to be too big to power this to get in for some damage in the air. People should not sleep on this. Scrap Compactor, a 1 mana artifact. Pay 3, sacrifice this, deals 3 damage to target creature. Pay 6, sacrifice this, destroy target creature or vehicle. This will be pretty good. It doesn't have the flash that a lot of these have had in the previous sets, but I think this will still be pretty valuable removal. Like I said before, there's a couple spells in each color, maybe 2 or 3 that are removal, but they're all kind of conditional and they're all kind of narrow sometimes. Black has 2 or 3 straight up removal spells, but most of them still are like sacrifice a thing or fight a thing or only deals damage or exile only when tapped and stuff, like narrower than you'd like. So straight up destroy cheap artifacts that can power stuff is like strong, but it's still expensive. But this is a slow set, so yeah, it's probably okay. I think probably still leave this at C. It's not that fast. Rover Blades. I saw this and I didn't really like it, but it's weird. 3 mana, 2/2, double strike, equipment vehicle. So you can equip it for 2, then give something double strike, which is pretty strong. Or you can crew it for 2 to get twice the damage out of it. It's better as the equipment in most cases, but getting in there as a vehicle is not too bad either. I like the air gear art. It looks like air gear rollerblades, which I think are sorely missing from modern rollerblade stuff. So, but yeah, this it's a little awkward, but the idea is good. It's weird. I'd probably play it as like a one of if I didn't have any other good vehicles that I feel like were appropriate for the colors. And I'd be probably pretty happy to throw this on like my flying 4/4 or whatever. And I'd be pretty happy. Creatures can't be attached to other permanents. That's weird. I don't know if there's any other way that opponents have to make your vehicles a creature, but it'd be really funny if you swing in and they make it a creature and it unequips from that because it turned into a creature. Rover Blades. I would put it C+, because a 3 mana 2/2 double striker is not bad. and I like it being one of the few equipment sets that is actually pretty good. The Everything is a Black Lotus card. It's expensive, obviously, but being able to sacrifice, like, say, 3 treasures and make 9 mana is kind of fucking crazy. And you can sacrifice this as well. And there's a lot of artifacts in the set, so if you really need to cast something real big, which there's been a lot of ways in a lot of colors to ramp a lot of mana, but there's only a couple really big spells so far that have been out there. I'm not sure why exactly they put so much of those big ramps in there, but it's more of a, I guess, a standard thing overall. Either way, I don't think this is great in limited. It's a little expensive, and once you've already paid for 6, you probably don't need that much more mana. Unless you've got some big X spell that deals damage. But I haven't seen that yet, so... Racer's Scoreboard. Four mana artifact, start your engines. When this artifact enters, draw 2 cards, then discard a card. Okay. It's not bad ability for that. 4 mana, that kind of sucks. If you have max speed spells, you cost one less to cast. That's harder to trigger. A C minus. I think at 4 mana, that's not unplayable, especially if you care about artifacts or speed. Then it's got the abilities to be something pretty good. But like I said, I don't think there's a lot of really expensive stuff in this set. There's like 2 or 3 really big spells, like the Push the Limit and maybe a couple other things, but like I don't know if there's enough to need that kind of ramp. Like by the time you've already cast that, you're about the top of what your stuff need to do. So 2 mana Pit Automaton, 0/4 Defender. Tap it, add colorless, activate, spend it only to activate abilities. Pay 2, tap, when you activate an exhaust ability, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. That's a really weird one. Because most exhaust abilities say, like, do something to this card. So it's not, I don't think they're always going to be valid for new targets. Yeah, that's something I'll have to ask about either at the pre-release or when I play Arena and try it and see if I can put this counter on something else. But I think in the way it works in my head, the counter is always going to go on the creature that it's doing it on. And then whatever its secondary thing is going to be, like if it says deal 2 damage to any target, then you choose new targets. But like, yeah, and like I don't think you could retarget this one. It's going to be put a counter on this creature, gains double strike till on turn, because that's not a retargetable ability. Zero for Defender for 2. That is at least a C, and the add to activate abilities is interesting. Probably powerful enough for activating max speed and exhaust abilities. I just don't like it. Monument to Endurance. 3 mana artifact. Whenever you discard a card, choose one that has been chosen this turn. Draw a card, create a treasure. Each opponent loses 3 life. This is really strong in the cycling deck. So blue, red, black have the most of those, I think. And black and white have a lot of other discard abilities, but it's really good in the cycling deck. I don't think you play it a lot in a lot of the other ones. There are a couple cycling abilities in each color, but like I like all three of those options. Even if you're cycling like once or twice a turn, either getting an extra card off of it or making a treasure or just draining the opponent's pretty good. And in two-headed and commander, that each opponent loses 3 life is going to be really add up really fast. So, Marshall's Path Cruiser. I found this one weird because normally the 5-color thing is like a mythic. This being a 3 mana 6/5. Search your library for basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. Is one of the colorless ways to fix a little bit in this set, which does make it more valuable. A 6/5 crew 5 sucks though. That's not going to be used very often. I feel like in a lot of decks this is going to be play it for 3, put it on the battlefield, and then get your land, and then it gets sacrificed or tapped for other abilities or something. But the exhaust ability, I don't think you're ever playing this for 5 colors. I don't think there's any reason to play a 5-color deck in this set at all. If you have other filter abilities, but I don't remember there being a lot of filter abilities for the mana. Turning this into a 8/7 creature permanently is pretty good, especially at like cheap mana. But it's weird. It's a weird one. I think this has to be at least C for being one of your few colorless ways to get some color in there. Actually, I think both the starting column and this will go C+ for being one of your fixable options. Market Back Walker. Significantly worse than Hangerback and the other one. But XX enters with X counters on it. Put a counter out for 4. When it dies, draw a card for each counter on it. This could be a 1 thing for 2. 2/2 for 4, 3/3 for 6, a 4/4 for 8. I think ideally you play this as like a 2/2 for 4, and then you just mana sink whenever you get a chance. Swing with it as it's big enough. Use things that care about counters, and then if it dies, you get to draw some cards. But it's like weirdly slow and not effective. Like, Hangerback was good because it made a bunch of things when it died. I think it's good. It's just not that good in the way that you want it to be. Lifecraft Engine, 3 mana. As this vehicle enters, choose a creature type. Vehicle creatures you control are the chosen creature type in addition to their other types. Each vehicle, or each creature you control of the chosen type other than this vehicle get +1/+1. That's a weird one. I think zombies and cats are like the only 2 particular creature types, and I think oozes. There are a couple cards that care about pirates. I don't remember anything in blue that particularly cares about creature types. I don't think this makes your vehicles creatures, though, which would make this really good. If a vehicle gains a creature type, does it become a creature? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, it does not. So, it's a Lord card for 3 mana, which is decent. And it does make all of your vehicles fall under that Lord type, which is decent if you've got a lot of vehicles and a decent tribal base in the deck. As a 3 mana 4/4 crewable thing, I almost don't care about it. I'd probably just leave it as a effect on the board the whole time. But that's nice on it too. It's weird. I don't think it's going to work out in sealed very well. I think in draft you're probably still going to be kind of hampered by picking better cards rather than like steadfastly sticking to cats or zombies or something. But zombies is, I feel like, the easiest one because they span 3 colors and there's good gold cards in each of the color pairings for it. Yeah, I think it stays at a C. Guide Light Matrix. 2-mana artifact. When this artifact enters, draws a card. Pay 2. Tap. Target mount you control becomes saddled in a turn. Activate as a sorcery. Pay 2. Tap target. So, vehicle you control becomes creature another turn. That's pretty nice. That's a good enabler. And I like that it draws a card too. Paying 2 is not a big ask for activating some of these expensive vehicles and stupid fucking crew costs on them. I think the mount thing is significantly less valuable. There's a couple mounts that are pretty good, but I think overall most of the mounts are just like they get a buff. Maybe you draw a card. Maybe another creature gets indestructible. Like, there's a couple good things with them, but this does save you from having to always crew them with your own creatures. I think this is pretty valuable. C plus area specifically. It's weird that there's not a lot of really strong artifacts. Like the 2 guest cards are probably the 2 strongest ones, but you can't rely on getting those. This one's pretty strong, but it's like a specific deck gets the best use out of it. Yeah, weirdly narrow artifacts in this set. Camera Launcher, 3 mana, 2/2, artifact creature construct, exhaust 3. Put a counter on this creature. Create a 1/1 thought creature with 5. Pay 5 mana to get a 3/3 and a 1/1. This is like a little undercosted, or sorry, overcosted. Spread out so it's a little easier to cast. Yeah, I don't think that's a really great one. I think that's more of a filler. But spreading it out on 2 bodies does make better setup for it. If you have artifact mana stuff, that's good. Oh yeah, the Aether Spark. That's one of the funnest cards in the set. So as long as the Aether Spark is attached to a creature, Aether Spark can't be attacked and has whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage, put that many loyalty counters on the Aether Spark. The Aether Spark is a 4 mana legendary artifact planeswalker equipment. It starts with 4 loyalty. So you play it, it is a planeswalker, and then it has 4 loyalty, and you can attach it with its +1 to a dark creature, and you put a counter on that creature. And while it's attached to that creature, you can't attack the Aether Spark, but it can be dealt damage still, weirdly. If you have like direct damage spells, and it gets loyalty with it. But again, it's got this weird make a fuckload of mana ability, and there's no like gigantic X spells like a fireball or something to cast there. Really weird. But yeah, ideally every turn, if you get it, you're just gonna equip it to creatures, put counters on it, which is kind of weirdly narrow to the like Naya colors as well. That like obviously all cards are better with counters on them, but those 3 colors care about it the most. Draw 2 cards, that's cool. Although you wouldn't want to play this plus it and then draw 2 cards and just sack it immediately, but I don't feel like the +10 or the -10 does anything in this set particularly for you, other than like activate 2 exhaust abilities in 1 turn or something. But like most of those aren't impactful enough either. It's really weird. But outside of limited, this has a lot of weird interactions. I think that'll be pretty fun to explore. But yeah, in limited, this is still pretty good. Like you're gonna play it and then throw it on a creature and be happy to swing with it and get more loyalty counters on it quickly. But it is weird. It's very weird. think that'll be my B minus for the colorless cards. Aether Jacket. 3 mana, Flying Vigilance, 2/1, Thopter. I like that stat line. That's actually pretty good. Pay 2, sacrifice this creature, destroy another target artifact, only activate as a sorcery. This is weird, but it's also really strong, actually. And as a common, I think that's actually one of the better ones, because there's a lot of artifacts in this set. And you don't mind swinging in for 2, getting a hit, and then paying 2 to blow up their best artifact is really strong. I think that's also a B minus. Yeah, Acer Spark and the Aether Jacket, the 2 best artifacts of the set, or the colorless artifacts of the set. Yeah, no worries, man. Do I like my current apartment where I'd re-sign my lease again? I don't know if I'm gonna re-sign here. We'll see. I gotta talk with my work about what their plans are for the future, because if they're like, we don't have any projects for 2026, then I probably won't re-sign at this place, and I'll see if I can get like a month-to-month release or something, or look for like a really cheap place and just go for that, because I'm not that picky about the amenities. Like, laundry's nice, dishwasher's nice. That's really the only things that I super care about. Having a deck is nice. Having the gym, the pool and stuff is nice, but like, I don't get as much use out of it as I'd like, because the building's been kind of annoying. The power outages, the weather when I moved in and stuff, it's like, alright. But if I lived a little further away, I'd probably bike more, take the bus, take the subway more, save some money if I'm at a cheaper place. So, but yeah, we'll see how work is going in the next year. If they plan to have some more projects, obviously they want to, but if they don't have anything in the barrel loaded when I'm finishing up my contract, I'm gonna want to prep just in case. So I think it's probably likely, if we don't hear about another project coming up, and if I talk to them and they're like, oh, we don't actually have a place for you on the next project just yet, I'll look into moving into like a month-to-month or a really cheap place for like September or something, and just kind of save a bit of money so I can either pay out the last couple months of the rent, or float and look for work for a little bit there. Yeah, I hope they get another project right away too. The world being as spicy as it is right now, though, is not a great sign for that. Usually, entertainment stuff is not something that holds a lot of investment value when there's like a trade war and real wars and stuff going on. So my contract's over end of 2025, so I've got time till it's over, but I kind of need to know about what the plan is by, like, I think May or June, like 2 months before my lease is up, so I can tell them if I'm re-signing or leaving the lease, kind of thing. So we'll get there. All of these enter tapped lands that gain a life. Gain a life is okay. Enter tap sucks. I feel like if they could have put some of those artifact lands in from the other sets here, it would be okay. I'll call these C minuses. Like, they're playable and you need to play them, so to get your fixing in, but they're nothing special. Let's just put them all in there right away. Whoops. Should be 10 of those. Oh, that's a different. Yeah, they've printed these lands 100 times, so they're nothing special, nothing really crazy or worth collecting or anything. So, alright, there we go. I think I got them all. Alright, let's look at the rares and stuff here. Yeah, like 4 or 5 months is probably my limit for not thinking about the next step. But I mean, like, I'm always thinking about it a little bit. Like, what's the next place that seems like I should be working at? What's the next place I should be looking at moving at, kind of thing. But I keep my eyes open for good options at all times, kind of thing. But like, yeah, I think it'll probably be like June's kind of the limit, so I'll probably chat with work about what the next project is and keep my eyes on their like keynotes and stuff about how stuff's going. But at that point, it'll be a really direct question of, hey, I need to know like by the end of the month, will you guys have work for me going into 2026? Yes or no? Because if you say no, or not yet, or we can't be sure, I'm gonna not sign this lease over again, and I'm gonna go to like a month-to-month place or something cheap enough that I can cover it for 3 or 4 months while I'm waiting for work. Worst case scenario, when I get a roommate, I mean, in a lot of cases, it doesn't save me money. That's the thing. It's either I go into a place that's as small as this, essentially, like this would be my room, and they have another similar room somewhere else, and then I'm just paying like $1,000 a month or something for that, because I'm still paying for bills in a lot of those cases. Like this place has everything covered within the bill, so at a roommate's place or a place with a roommate, a lot of those places tend to be like you pay your power or you pay your internet and water and other stuff separately. So that ends up being a bill that gets added on to that. I have to find a pet-friendly place that they either don't have a lot of pets or they're okay with another cat. Have to socialize the cats with them too. Like it's a process that's long enough that it's not really saving me a lot of money or time if it's gonna be like just for a couple months kind of thing. So, but I can live in a cheap place. I don't really care about that. The nice thing with these ones is that they're close, they're central. The internet speed is good and modern. I can get fiber at these places if I need. But if I go to a place that's like, I don't know, 30 minutes out from work and it's like $1,000, but it's like a tiny shitty room, I don't really care if it's a bad room. I can deal with that if it's just for like a couple months or something. But you know, there's pros and cons to everything, right? Like I don't mind roommates, but it is a hassle to get along with and find good roommates that get along with everything I need to get along with. Like I'm up fairly late a lot of the time. I wouldn't say I'm loud, but somebody that might be a room over between a thin wall is not going to be appreciative of me staying up till 2 a.m. talking loudly into a mic. Yeah, it varies, right? Like sometimes there's places that work out like that. Yeah, it's not too much of an inconvenience. Like I feel like I'm pretty mindful of myself. Like I like keeping the place clean. I like doing my dishes, feeding the cat, cleaning the litter, doing cleaning up stuff. Like I do that all on my own, and I do that because I don't like having like a dirty, shitty place all the time. But if I meet a person and say, "Hey, you want to move in and we'll do a roommate thing for a while?" They're like, "Okay, cool." And then I don't know that they're like shitty about that stuff, or they just leave the garbage for weeks, or they don't empty this, or do whatever. Like that's something a lot of the time you don't find out till you move in with that person. So if I were to bang the walls right now because you talking right now, that would be an issue for them more for me. Like I'm more than willing to like, you know, I don't know why they would bang the walls though. Like that's such a rude asshole thing to do, right? Like you just come talk to them, be like, "Hey man, sorry, can you go to like cut it out or go to bed because I gotta sleep." Like, do that. Talk to people. Don't just like. If somebody did that, I'd be fucking pissed at them. Not because it's an issue, like an issue to me, that like it's obviously causing an issue for him for sleep, but like if he was just banging on the walls when he did something I didn't like, I'd be like, "What the fuck's your problem, man?" Like I've been in places where soundproofing wasn't good between apartments, and I could hear people. They could probably hear me, but like I specifically look at places that have pretty good soundproofing because I don't want to cause issues when I like watch movies, listen to music, stream, do whatever. So I'm not gonna choose places that are like that. And I would ideally look at a place where I'm either separated from the person enough that it's not going to be an issue for them, or that it's going to be like easy enough for them to ignore it. So And if I did have my own room, I could soundproof it a little bit. Like I could put up foam and like blankets to deaden the sound and prevent stuff from going through the walls. But like, there's only so much you can do about certain noises. So, Willow Rust Verge, a land rare, can add blue by default or add green if you have a forest or an island. These are interesting because they come in untapped at least, and they still give you a color. And I don't think it's hard to turn on the other ones, especially in limited, because you're going to be playing some of those colors. But I don't like rare lands in limited because they fuck you over for getting a rare, like a bomb creature that you'd want. It's hard to say C plus, C plus. I think these are C's. Yeah, I'll put all of those type into C. These have to match your colors, unfortunately. There's 3 or 4 cards that up your speed by default, and I think those are both good. Yeah, 3 cards. Max speed target creature gets haste on a turn. Not bad. Doesn't come in tapped. Starts your engines immediately and does give you mana even if you don't have a color off of it. Yeah, I don't think that can be C because it doesn't fix, but start your engines on the land as your first land is strong. And then Avishkar Raceways, similar thing with a discard draw card that's a little better, but I think it only goes to same as Amonkhet Raceway there. Alright, and then where is it? Muraganda Raceway. Turns into an Ancient Tomb without the damage is really strong, but it still starts off as a tap land. But yeah, you know what? All those start your speed ones, they're all better by default. That's a really annoying thing in this set that needs to be made faster as possible. These cycle of colored lands enter tapped unless you control a mount or vehicle. They only add 1 color, and then they have sacrifice, do a thing. So make a pilot, make a pilot, make a pilot, make a pilot, make a pilot. Tap land turn 1 is not a big deal. Tap land turn 3, 4, 5 is actually annoying. So if you don't have a mount or vehicle, they're a little rough. Let's put those at the same category as the gold lands. Center tap, choose color, add 1 mana of the chosen color. Cycling land. Well, it's nice for fixing. It's nice that it's common. The idea with these being that you get 2 or 3 of these, and whenever you get them, they go in, but they come in tapped, which does suck the later you get them. But you can fill whatever your gap is. I think they're a little better than these ones because they're flexible, but alright. Here's my tier list here. I will. Oh, wait, I got an extra Google window here. Do this like this, and then I can review these a little more. Same as always, I think these basic ass dual lands suck. They're just fine. You play them because you need them. These monocolor lands are interesting, but they're also not that good. They just make you a pilot or come in untapped if you have the ability to have them come in untapped. The rare lands are kind of interesting because they do play a color by default, but they only cover half the spectrum of this cycle annoyingly. I really don't like when they only put half of a cycle of lands in. Because this one specifically talks about 10 teams, so all the 10 different themes of deck building between the color pairings, and you only get half the colors of lands to go with them. It's like a little sad. I do think these ones with the start your engines are quite valuable because they start your engines immediately, which only a few cards that do it. I think red had one, black had one, and that was it. Yeah, there's a couple that start at 2, and I think every color has a couple that start your speed at 2. But yeah, there are rare chances to start your speed at 1 immediately on turn 1, and these are some of the ways to do it. So luckily there's not too many 1/1s in this set. I think there's at least 1 for each color and 3 or 4 in red. Makes sense. Red's the goblin color in this set, so do I think a color is particularly good? Not sure. I like red. I always like red a lot. I just like going fast with beefy things and blowing stuff up. I feel like red has some of the most powerful cards, but also a lot of the least synergistic cards that just don't really make a lot of sense in the ways that you want them to. But I think my favorite color pairing for these is going to be the cycling deck in red and blue, maybe with a little side of white or black. But I like the cycling cards, the ones that do things when you discard and draw cards. Unfortunately, there isn't a big payoff for the cycling stuff. They don't have the card that normally comes in and deals X damage based on how many cards you've cycled over the game or anything. There's a couple cards in black and green that care about cards that have been exiled and in your graveyard, and artifacts and creatures, which makes those a lot more powerful than normal, than the cards that say like X power based on how many cards in your graveyard. Having 2 things to care about rather than just creatures or artifacts or whatever is significantly stronger than just any single one of them. And I think zombies is by far the strongest like tribe in this set. There's a lot of zombies and there's a lot of zombie support. But for powerful cards, a lot of the gold cards are really the strongest ones. Yeah, the rest of this stuff is just like the special guest cards are the most powerful ones, but and then yeah, Stupid Sexy Frog has probably the most overall power too. It's a weird set. There's a lot of strong stuff, but there's also a lot of like slow stuff and a lot of stuff that won't work without synergies. I don't know if people are going to like drafting it or playing it very much outside of outside of constructed. I keep saying sealed instead of constructed. Constructed, I think you're going to make a lot of fun stuff with this. I think in limited and in sealed, you're kind of struggling in a lot of spots. Like, there's a lot of stuff that makes a lot of mana, but there's not a lot of stuff to put big mana into. There are very few X spells, and the cards that do have X spells are, like, just not that exciting. Like, you paid 20 to make this a 10/10. That's not very good. You got, like, a 10/10 in the last set for 5 green. Like, alright, cool. This dies, you drew 10 cards, and you're like, woo, I paid 20 mana, and my 10/10 died. I drew 10 cards and milled myself. You're like, alright, got it. But there is some fun stuff here that I do feel like is going to be very interesting, like Riverchurn Monument. I want to mill somebody with that. I feel like that's a good one to mill some people with pretty easily. I'm gonna call it here. It took a while. This felt like there was a lot of cards in this one. So let me send you guys off. Send you to Koki because she's always up late and doing weird stuff. But yeah, I'll probably be on tomorrow. I'll definitely be on Friday with the Monster Hunter beta because I want to play that again before I go do Magic. I'll probably not stream Saturday, maybe. Then I will stream. I'll try to stream Sunday with the tournament. I'll try to do it in paper or in person, I should say, with the GoPro and stuff. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, I'll do a night stream when I get back, but I may be too tired from then, so we'll see. I'll try it. Maybe I'll stream Saturday and do some Monster Hunter then too. But yeah. Anyways, have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and good luck to anybody that's playing in the pre-releases. I hope some of my words helped figure that out. So yeah, have a good night. Goodbye.